captivity. We've been through it all, but we still stand tall, 'cause we know that one day we'll be in our land. 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12
Psalm 19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Most High will deliver us from them all. Don't that sound familiar? Trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not unto thine own understanding. Acknowledge him in all thy ways, and he shall direct thy path. He shall direct thy path, and he shall direct thy path. Don't that sound familiar?
12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes. We are the Israelites. We are the chosen people. Through these curses, through these hardships, through the slavery, captivity, we've been through it all, but we still stand tall, 'cause we know that one day we'll be in our land. 12 tribes.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Florida Correctional Institution. This call is subject to recording and monitoring.
What's good with it, Kay? Hey, man, what's good, bro? How you feeling, man? Man, I'm alright. How you doing in there, Kay? I'm fucked up right now, bro. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Man, you know, your time is coming. Your time is coming, man. You just gotta be patient, you know? I hear you, bro. It's hard, bro. I'm going through so much up in here, man. Niggas trying to kill me in here, man. Man, you know, one thing I'll say, man, you just gotta pray to the Lord, man, and ask the Lord to guide you, you know, 'cause it's getting real in these last days, you know? Yeah, man, I'm gonna try that, man. I've been chopping up with some of these Israelite brothers in here, man. They been giving my spirits up.
No complaining, level up and choose life, yeah. When you know better, you gotta do right, yeah. Pressure make diamonds shining on sight, yeah. Trying to dim your light, battle tested for the fight, yeah. When you fall, you get right back up. Renew your mind and break off those cuffs. Had to make do when you didn't have enough. You gotta choose life, embracing what's tough, yeah.
All the life moments, either this or that. Gotta choose. You can make a home and be a missing hat. Claim to throwing to play with chrome, going click and clack. Ain't no kicking back, the niggas going tit for tat. It took my cousin's life, but they ain't gon' give it back. He was the godchild, used to rap and call him scrap. Ain't no question if you flexing, he ain't go for that. So how you think that shaped my mind to grow up knowing that? Ain't no whole rap, nigga, nah, slow for that. To keep my focus where it's hopeful at. That's why I'm preaching on the corners where the dope is at. I had to go through that to teach you how to cope with that. We all got a time, we don't never know exact. We don't fear find a moment even knowing that. But choose life is a blessing, that's a potent fact. Relieve stress, it's like a present, go and open that.
No complaining, level up and choose life, yeah. When you know better, you gotta do right, yeah. Pressure make diamonds shining on sight, yeah. Trying to dim your light, battle tested for the fight, yeah. When you fall, you get right back up, yeah. Renew your mind and break off those cuffs. Had to make do when you didn't have enough. You got gotta choose life, embracing what's tough, yeah.
How could it happen that we suffer in a strange land? This resurrection is eternal, this the game plan. So many people wish that I would stay the same man. Lord, give me strength so that I can help the lame stand. I choose life, that's every time, even in the face of death. This revolution got us clocked and that's on every step. I choose life cause this the way we know it's always been. They drop the plow, them niggas nerves, you better not follow them. For me and mine, we made our choices to the end of days. This life we live will make us pay for walking crooked ways. And when it's over, crown my head with the other side, cause I'll be healed of all my pain from watching loved ones die. Jerusalem, we dropped the ball, but now we waking up. It's every scheme that's put in motion meant for shaking us. High exalted warriors, protectors of the weak. Dry your eye, God's children, cause this earth is for the meek.
No complaining, level up and choose life, yeah. When you know better, you gotta do right, yeah. Pressure make diamonds shining on sight, yeah. Trying to dim your light, battle tested for the fight, yeah. When you fall, you get right back up. Renew your mind and break off those cuffs. Had to make do when you didn't have enough. You gotta choose life, embracing what's tough, yeah.
Through the slavery captivity, we've been through it all, but we still stand tall, cause we know that one day we'll be in our land. 12 tribes, 12 tribes, 12 tribes.
Psalm 19. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Most High will deliver us from them all. Don't that sound familiar? Trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not unto thine own understanding. Acknowledge him in all thy ways, and he shall direct thy path. He shall direct thy path. And he shall direct thy path. Don't that sound familiar?
Try. hardships through the slavery captivity. We've been through it all, but we still stand tall. 'Cause we know that one day we'll be in our land. 12 tribes.
You ain't talking about penology.
Yeah, it's that penology. It's gonna be that
Stop it,
penology.
man.
I'm here for the penology.
Shalom, 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 shalom. Shalom. Right? We're back. Okay. With more penology. Right? A lot of you have not really understood the position that is being brought forth about what do you mean the Israelites are behind, right, Greek civilization? They're the hidden power behind Greek civilization, right? We're the hidden power behind all civilizations. When I say hidden, right, they cover the faces of the judges thereof, right? What does Dan name mean? Judge. But that's just not the full context of that scripture. But I'm going to be making points that are going to help you realize who was behind the power of the Greek civilization. Now, I've been responding to brothers' phone calls, and some don't understand the position. What do you mean? Alexander was an Israelite? No. Alexander was an Edomite, right? And his family under the Veneti title in the Balkan region, right? They were amongst the Greek civilization by way of migration, right? But in my presentation in the first one, you got to understand the Sea Peoples. So if you didn't watch the first one, you may not be caught up to speed with the second one, right? I went into the Dorians, and a lot of people think that the Dorians are Japhetic by ethnicity, right? Many people think that the Achaeans are Edomites or Japhetic, right? But I went in to prove that the Dorians are Israelite of origin, right? So I'm going to take the space and time real quick to check on the chat to see if the audio is good. Can you check the chat real quick? I want to be able to see the chat to see if people put a 1 in the chat to check the audio. Like, share, subscribe, right? Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Khan. Right? Let me ask a question to the chat. Who are the Dorians? Anybody that watched the first presentation, put the answer in the chat. Who are the Dorians? Khan, the tribe of Dan. We all got to wake up to understand that the tribe of Dan is a tribe of Israel, right? Now, even under the title Dorian, you had Judites. So Dorian is the umbrella that was pioneered by Dan, right? But by and large, Dan, right? Same thing with the Achaeans, right? You had regions that I'm going to go into where majority of it was pushed by Dan, because remember, Dan didn't have much territory and they had to migrate, right? We went into those things. Okay. But there was Judah, right, as well, and some other tribes mingled in certain dispensations of time. But we're going to go into that. We're going to go into that. We're going to prove all things, right? Khan, Mayaka Allah, Officer Mayaka Allah Khan, one of the four main tribes of how they break down and categorize Greek ethnicities. They say Ionians, Achaeans, Aeolians, Dorians, right? Now, Japhetic people, we went into that. The Ionians, right? And the Aeolians. That is mainly dealing with Europe. But you also have children of Japheth over to the west. You got Gomer, you got Medes, which is Madai. You have Thrace, which is Tyrus. You have those different ethnicities of Japheth, but we're solely dealing with Europe, right? That's why you're here for the penology. To learn, right? So let's get it rolling because I don't want to be here too late. So let's, get back on it. Here we have it. Israelites, the hidden power behind Greek civilization. An introduction to Israelite migrations within ancient Greek culture, tracing origins through the Sea Peoples, right? We back at it. Part 2. Introduction. For centuries, historians have debated the identity of the people known in ancient texts as the Achaeans. In the Greek epics of Homer, the warriors who fought at Troy are called by several names: Achaeans, Danans, and Argives. Meanwhile, in late Bronze Age, Near Eastern records, we encounter similar sounding names such as Achiawa. In Hittite diplomatic tablets and Denuna or Dinian in Egyptian and Levantine inscriptions. We're going to go into Achiawa, right? And we're going to go into Achaeans, Danans, and Argives being the same people group, right? Just different title, right? Just like us in Africa, in America, African American, Negro, right? They try to state our locale from African and combine it with American, right? And then they'll say black, right? Or then they'll say Negro, right? And that's what they do. That's like Danans was the name of the tribe, but that's where Greek originates, because the Greek equivalent was Danan or Hellene. This presentation proves these names are not coincidental, right? What's the coincidence that the Greek is called Danan? Everybody that has called my phone and asked me these questions and disagreed or want to debate or even want to peer review, which I have no problem with, I love you. But you got to explain why they're called Danans. Why they're not called Idumeans? Why they're not calling in the children of Japheth? You got to explain that. This presentation proves these names are not coincidental. My research examines whether the Achaeans described in Greek tradition preserved the historical memory of migrations connected with the biblical tribe of Dan. Like we hear in Judges 5:17, when Deborah said, "Why did Dan remain in ships?" That word remain mean they was in it all the time in the ships. That's what it means to remain. Achaeans and Homeric tradition. This is Homer's Iliad, right? For those of you that don't understand Homer, Homer was also a Dorian. Okay, he was a Dorian. And Homer is very fluent in poetry. And Homer is actually recording a lot of things that are actual accounts, right, in the form of poetry, right? Just like Virgil's Aeneid. He also is responsible for the Odyssey, right? And during that time, how we know that Homer is valid in a lot of things that he brings out in his poems is the fact that there's a plethora of other sources that we can grab around him, right, as witnesses to these accounts. So Homer is basically a compilation of a lot of archaic history. A lot of those heroic epics you're reading about were real events. And we're going to go into that a little bit. I'm going to do a presentation another time on a lot of the heroes being real people, right? Homer's Iliad, Book 2, Assembly of the Greek Army, lines 110 through 118. Hear me, friends, leaders and rulers of the Argives. Zeus has greatly deluded me. Yet come, let us test the host of the Achaeans and urge the well-grieved Danans to flight. So they're all coincide with the same people. The army responds to Agamemnon. So he spoke, and the host was stirred like great waves of the sea. The gathering of the Achaeans moved with shouting, and the ranks of the Danans ran toward the ships, right? They all coincide, right? So that was almost like a sub introduction to what we're going to get to know, right? Now we're going to go into a period of history called iconoclasm, where they purposely destroy images, reliefs, paintings, sculptures, right? To remove idolatry, or because they have a reformation sentiment in which they want to identify a certain people, want to assert a different people group in front of a people group that once was before them. And that's what the Idumeans did to the Greeks, right? That's what Esau did to the Greeks. Okay. They were not originally called Greek. They were not originally called Hellen. They were called Veneti. Okay. That's history. The reason why iconoclastic topics are of importance when linking people groups with history is because ethnology becomes whitewashed, and we have worldwide topics debated, such as who are the lost tribes of Israel? That's why we're debating who the Greeks are, because of iconoclasm, but your mind can't understand it. Mainstream information often lies and hides truth, making truth myth, speculation, and theory. Job 9:24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? First Maccabees 3:46. Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Mashpah over against Jerusalem. For in Mashpah was the place where they prayed aforetime in Israel. Then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes, and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. So if you go into history and you say, how did the Jews look during the Hellenistic period? You know what they're going to look like? Alexander and them. So when Alexander and them show up, what are the Greeks going to look like? Don't you see a shift of the images of the statues? Don't you see a shift of the imagery of Greece? I'm going to prove it to you. Right? These are images, right, that were either broken. We always see the nose being broken because they could tell you that this is a so-called Negro, right? If the nose is broken, majority of the time, right? Some of these pictures I got from realhistory.ww. Okay. So this is on the far left, Greek Attic black figure vase depicting Achilles and Ajax playing dice as Athena looks on. So, playing dice? Who that sound like? But anyway, right? You see the person in the middle, right? You see what he's holding? He's holding a spear, right? Right? That was called a dory, by the way. Look at his fingers at the top. Do you see how they didn't finish scraping off the black paint on the fingers? Look around the borders and the elbows. You see it? Why are they doing this? Why are the descendants of the Edomites doing this? Iconoclasm. This is around 520 BC, this vase, but later on, you see they're trying to scratch off the black paint. Then they'll say, well, over time, it started to get destroyed and it started to, the paint began to scale off. Well, why only on the skin part? Explain that. Athena has obviously been altered to appear as a white female. Note the tip of her left hand, right? This is also depictions from a book teaching about iconoclasm. Iconoclasts destroying an image of Christ. Why did I put this up? Because they actually hire people. It's an actual job. It's called iconoclasts. That's who they were called. They would go in and they would find the finest artists or the people that could critique in this field, and then they would hire them and repaint over images, scrape off images, resculpture images. It's an actual job. Okay. This is the Antonochor. A core is a woman of Sparta, right? Look at her cornrows. When's the last time you see so-called white people, Edomites, wearing cornrows like this consistently? Little Kiki braided on the porch somewhere right now in the hood, and you can't see that this is a so-called Jake, right? The Antonochor discovered on the Athenian Acropolis. The Antonochor is a 6th century BCE archaic Greek statue. It was damaged during the Persian invasion of 480 BC and now resides in the Acropolis Museum, reflecting both archaic Greek artistry and the impact of iconoclasm. Here's some more. Greek Attic black figure vase depicting the judgment of Paris, right? Look at how you see them black, right? And then you see them scraped off a little bit white. Look at the lady in the far left. Look at her chin, right? You can see the black outlines. This vase clearly shows that the original glaze paint was removed in the skin areas of the female, right? And repainted with a flat white paint. You see how the light is beaming off? Why the light ain't beaming off their skin? Because there was glaze paint that they used, and now they're using flat paint, right? And repainted with a flat white paint. Archaic Greek pottery with what appears to be an attempt to lighten the skin of the female. See on the right, you see how they're trying to smudge it out? Look at the one in the middle. He's almost looking like he's greenish because they're smudging the black and the white together. So this is proof of them. This is all Greece, all Greek. Why are they attempting to do this? Right? We know why. Because the original Greeks were black. So now the argument, we could stop right there. Okay? Now we could deal with Japheth. We know Japheth was black. So you shouldn't be arguing with me about who the original Greeks are anymore. About it being Esau. Okay? Odysseus. This is from Homer's Odyssey, book 16. Right? Then Athena touched him with her wand. First, she threw a fair cloak and tunic about his chest. She made him taller and stronger to behold. So Odysseus in the Odyssey, he was a different transformation of something, right? So now Athena is using magic, right, to restore back his former image. Kind of like when Moses put his hand out, right? And the Most High turned it leprous, right? Look what it says about Odysseus. First, she threw a fair cloak and tunic about his chest. She made him taller and stronger to behold, and restored the dark hue to his skin, filled out his cheeks, and a dark beard spread upon his chin. So his dark hue was returned to him, right? This is a depiction of Odysseus, okay, to the right. And they actually have archaeological proof of where he went to in the island to speak to these maenads or these witches, right? The tripods he was looking for, right? They found them. Why they ain't telling you that? Say hello to Martin Bernal, okay? 1937 to 2013, okay? This is called the Black Athena, right? It's a 3-volume series. It's a book, right? I highly recommend you to go watch documentaries on the Black Athena. Okay. Look at the title of the first volume. It says the Afro-Asiatic roots of classical civilization. If you don't know what classical civilization is, you got to watch the first video. I broke down the eras of Greece. Okay. Volume 1, The Fabrication of Ancient Greece from 1785 to 1985. So he's literally saying that they were fabricating ancient Greece from this period. 1785 to 1985 is a long time. Black Athena, the Afro-Asiatic roots of classical civilization, is a controversial historical work written by Martin Bernal. Why is it so controversial? Why is Panah bringing all this controversial work? You know why? Because it exposes the lie and it opposes the lie and brings forth truth. Right? Here you go again. Here I hear y'all, but that's a white man. Right? How are the secret things of Esau sought out? The hidden things of Esau sought out. What's the number one thing we knew growing up? To grandparents, and you heard it growing up. You want to hide something from a Negro, put it in a book. The first volume was published in 1987 by Rutgers University Press. Bernal argues that the traditional understanding of ancient Greek origins is incomplete and influenced by 19th century racial and ideological biases, right? He proposes that Greek civilization was significantly influenced by Egyptian and Semitic Levantine cultures, especially in the early periods of Greek history. Am I the only one? Say hello to Martin Bernal. Black Athena, right? Bernal claims that early Greek culture developed through strong interaction with Egypt and the Levant. What have I been telling you? You got to watch the first one and understand the migrational patterns from the Exodus, right, into the Levant, and from the Levant into the Mycenaean regions, and then going into Greece as well. So we were called Egyptian, Levantine, Phoenician, Shemitic, and we created Greek civilization. It says strong interaction with Egypt and the Levant, not in isolation. He argues that ancient Greek writers themselves believe this. I'm pulling all the sources, even from the first video, right, of these historians, these early Greek writers, and they believed that they were Egyptian. They weren't indigenous to Europe. They traveled from Egypt and the Levant. Bernal highlights Greek traditions that Cadmus came from Phoenicia. You see Cadmus everywhere, but then they'll laugh and say, oh, it's a mythological figure. Why is he everywhere? Right? Christ was doing miracles and stuff. Is Christ a mythological figure? No, we believe in Christ. Right? But there were people in ancient history that were so brilliant in knowledge and science and developing scripts and things of that nature that they deified them as people like Mercury or Hermes because they were brilliant in speech. Right? And that's what's taking place with the classical, archaic eras of Greece. These are the founders of Greece. Greek traditions that Cadmus came from Phoenicia. Cadmus, they say, might mean Quadum, Cadamus, Quadum. Greek accounts that Greek religion and knowledge came from Egypt. Traditions that Danaus and other figures came from the East. These traditions are supported by authors such as Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, Strabo, Plato. Bernal argues these accounts were later downplayed or rejected by modern European scholars. Look at one of the covers of Black Athena. He knows something. Look at this sister on the Black Athena. Is this Japheth? Or is this a Levantine immigrant that came out of Egypt? Because what are the origins of the Greeks, they said they're true-born Egyptians. Where was Moses? Where was Jacob? Where was Israel? Egypt. Black Athena. Bernal says that there were two main ways scholars explain Greek origins. So he's developing in these 3-volume series what's called an ancient model. That's the true model. This was the view held in antiquity. Greeks believed that Egypt influenced Greek religion. Phoenicians introduced the alphabet. Eastern peoples founded some Greek cities, right? Eastern peoples. Who are the Eastern peoples? Who are the people from the East? Have I not been saying that Israelites came from the East into Greece, into the Mycenaean region, into the Minoan region? Founded some Greek cities. Founded. Foundation, meaning you established it. Then there's another model, the Aryan model, which is what he calls the white power model from 19th century. The 1800s was a very, very conniving period when it came to reforming history or transforming it, right? Shortly before that was Novus Ordo Seclorum. They wanted a new world order, so they had to unplug you from antiquities. According to Bernal, European scholars later created a different narrative. They argued that Greek civilization was mainly Indo-European. What did I tell you about that word? Greek culture developed independently from Egypt and the Near East. So it developed independently? Wait, hold on. So that means either Japheth stayed there and developed it. What I've been saying, that's the Mycenaean era, which collapsed. Who are the newcomers that are showing up, coming from the East, founding Greek cities? Right? Eastern influence was minimal. That's what they're saying. So when you ask your AI, like they keep doing to me on Clubhouse, hey, ChatGPT, is Cadmus? If they want to do that, you can do that all day, but you're going to have to wrestle with the fact that your zeitgeist is programmed by the Aryan model. Your stack of information is programmed by the Aryan model. Go read a book like Black Athena to start your journey to understand that Israelites established Greek civilization. Bernal claims this shift occurred during the 18th to 19th centuries, influenced by nationalism, racial theories, the rise of Indo-European, quote unquote, linguistics. They try to connect Europeans to Sanskrit, that Indian and European connection, which there is no such thing as Indo-European because they did not develop that. They created that idea. This is after he passed away. Of course, he has students, he has followers that actually respond to the critics. Because during the time of Black Athena, when it came out, like I said, watch a documentary on this. You can find some on YouTube. White people were pissed. Oh, what the hell is going on? Margaret, call Tim and tell him Martin Bernal has lost his mind publishing this book. Yeah, they was mad. And guess what? Other white people compiled a book called The Black Athena Writes Back. Martin Bernal responds to his critics. Right? Okay? Many of the times because Martin Bernal was being criticized. So not only on the top of the compilation of books and records that are coming out behind the people who follow his peers, right? He's responding to the critics. Right? So here we have the 3 volumes, right? The Fabrication of Ancient Greece, 1785 to 1985, published in 1987. The Archaeological and Documentary Evidence. So they're using archaeology to prove the ancient model, right? 1991, this was published. 2006, the Linguistic Evidence. What I'll tell you about the linear A. What about the parallels between the Greek and the Hebrew? This is all right here. I'm just making this up though. The 4 divisions. Watch the first video if you want to catch up to speed. So you had the Ionians, Central Anatolian coast, Cyclades, right? Where you get Cyclops from. When you go into those war stories about the Greeks catching the Cyclops, that was Japheth. They were under the Greek mythological sense of the Cyclops because they were very, you ever look at the Samoans and all of them? Those Polynesians are real big, right? So when you look at the Greeks and them hunting down and warring with them and striking spears through them in those vases and those pictures, that's them warring with Japheth. They were the Cyclops. Okay? The Ionians, the Aeolicians or the Aeolians, Japhetic. They were maritime, open cultural exchange. Yeah, they are very maritime. They still are today. The Dorians went over them. Those are the Israelite stock, the Semitic stock, right? They dwelt in Peloponnese, Crete, Rhodes. We already went through that. This is just a summary. But they're not Peloponnesian. But they were on the Peloponnesian Peninsula. They migrated there. Traditionally austere, militaristic, Doric dialect. Why is their dialect distinct? Oh, because they were Semitic, right? Greek is Hebrew. Hebrew is Greek. So we're going to go into the Achaeans today. Mycenaean Greece, mainland conquerors, right? They are the mainland conquerors. What's the mainland? Greece, Achaia, right? Argolis, that peninsula. Peloponnesian Peninsula going up into Greece, Macedonia, all of that. Dan. Why do y'all want to forget Dan? The scriptures say he shall judge as one of the tribes of Israel, because Jacob knew you would forget. Aeolians, northern Anatolian coast, Lesbos. So a lot of when you get the Lesbos island, right? Aeolians, right? That was Japheth, Laspas. Conservative. They was not conservative. That's where you get damn lesbian from. It was freaking off crazy on the island of Lesbos. Japheth. Conservative and Aeolic dialect. This is just the main frame or the main. This is what, the structure is in the 4 divisions, is what they describe them as, right? So I'm bringing it back to refresh your memory of a source, right? By Steve Phillips, The Forgotten Tribe of Naphtali and the Phoenicians. This was from the first video. Dorians came from Northern Kingdom Israel. It's important to understand because it's proven the migrational patterns. What we have taken to be Doric Greek actually turns out to be Israelite in origin. The reason why it says Doric Greek is because Greek is now a new term. And now who's absorbed in that? Japheth, even some Philistines, right? Who are Egyptian, right? And you had Alexander and them coming to claim themselves to be Macedonian and Greek. So now there's a distinction, and I'm going to show you the distinctions, right? So Doric Greek is the actual originators of Greek culture, Greek civilization. Archaeologists, right? Which says Doric Greek actually turns out to be Israelite in origin. Archaeologists, just like Martin Bernal just mentioned, excavating the ancient city of Dor in northern Israel, for example, have noticed that Greek influences appeared in Dor long before the Greeks arrived. So when he says long before the Greeks arrived, he's talking about the Hellenization period when Alexander and them came to power, faked the Greek funk. Right? First Maccabees 1, before those claiming to be Greeks arrived. That needs to sink in your heads. What do you think? Esau and Jacob, it's the same thing. I got to usurp him for a birthright. I have to be him. I have to identify as him, right? It's the same thing they did to us here. So I wanted to show this article in the last presentation, but the link wasn't working. I wasn't able to scroll, right? Or maybe I just didn't know how to do it. I'm not real technologically savvy, right? So proof of Greek culture. We're going to go to the last paragraph of this article, the Tel Dor excavation project, right? And you can look at this as well, right? The first Greek imports to Dor date as early as the 10th century BCE. This trickle is greatly enhanced after Assyrian occupation. And by the 4th century BCE, most of the tableware at Dor is imported from Greece. By the mid 4th century, Hellenic typewares are probably locally produced and distributed. Figurines of the Persian period show deities with Greek type attributes alongside traditional Phoenician fertility goddesses, because the Greek gods are Phoenician. Where are they coming from? Phoenicia, the Levant. Israelites were Phoenician. And types associated with the ruling Persian cosmology. Straka and graffiti showed that the locally spoken language was changing from Phoenician to Greek decades before the political fact of Alexander's conquest. So who was bringing the Greek there? Was it Alexander? Was it Philip? Was it Perdiccas? By the Roman era, was it Japheth? I want a brother to prove that Japheth was coming over there, bringing Greek wares and setting up Phoenician fertility goddesses at Dor. Show me. By the Roman era, and perhaps sooner, the inhabitants of Dor sometimes claimed a Greek heritage. Who were the inhabitants at Dor during the Roman era, right? Yet most archaeologists would consider that the Dorians behaved in a way that was also Phoenician. Aspects of traditional Phoenician culture persist well into the Hellenistic period and even later, challenging the idea of Greek cultural hegemony in the East, right? So that means hegemony means who are the authority. So it challenges the fact that you have Greek artifacts and Greek archaeological findings in this region way before, hundreds of years before the quote unquote Greeks came. It shows that they were not the authors of the Greek hegemony. That's what it's saying. It challenges that. So we learned about the Sea Peoples, right? And we're going to go a little bit into the Equesh, right? We're going to go into the Equesh. We went into the Dinian a bit, right? We went into the Checker a bit, right? But if you don't know what you're seeing right now, you did not watch the first video of Penology. You ain't watch it, right? But the Equesh is associated with the Achaean Greeks, right? You had the Weshesh. It's unclear in some sentiments because they're not very seen much amongst the Sea Peoples in inscriptions, but possibly Western Anatolia. Luca, definitely Western Anatolia, Southwest Anatolia, the Lycians, Luca region, Sherdin, Sardinia, Sardinians, right? Sherdin. That's inquisitive. Peliset, we know Peliset links with the Philistines, and in the Greek and Anatolian region, Pelasgian. A lot of people say Japheth is the Pelasgians. They're not. That's the Philistines. See, Philistines. Dinian, Danans from the Aegean. Teresh, Tyrrhenians, Etruscans. We're going to cover the Teresh because that is Judah, right? Trojan. And we're going to go into that, right? From the line of Zerah. Then you had the Checker that was in the Medinet Habu, right? Or excuse me. Medinet Habu, and the findings of Checker were mentioned, and especially in the story of Wintermoon, right? You got to go to the first video to understand what's going on when it comes to the Sea Peoples and the migration of the Sea Peoples into these regions. Achaean forms. So Achaea, we're going to deal with that word. Equesh, Achaean Greeks. Then you have in Egyptian records, Akawasha, they're Achaean Greeks. Ahiwa, Hittite records, Achaean Greeks. The Mycenaeans, right? The Hittites would call the Ahiwa, right? Who the Egyptians call the Akawasha, right? And the Equesh, Ahiwa, from the Mycenaean region. Danans in Homeric epics, right? Achaean Greeks. So in the Homeric epics, he's calling Achaeans Danans. Achaeoi also. And Achaeans, right? In the Homeric epics, right? This is called ethnonyms, that name of ethnicities from different perspectives, right? But the vantage point is Equesh, because the origins of them coming out of Egypt, the Egyptians called them Equesh. So we're going to deal with Equesh, Akawasha, Ahiwa, and link them to Danans. Damn. This is Argos. If you watch the first video, okay, Danaeus, right, going into Argos, right, and founded the Danite dynasty through his daughter Danae, right? You had Argolis, which is the country region, and if you were from Argos and you were from this specific tribe or this specific family group, wherever you were normally called an Argolid, okay? Because this is the city-state, the earliest city-state founded by who they claim is Danaeus, right? And guess what? Black Athena, y'all. When somebody's trying to debate you, that was the ancient model. That's what Greek writers spoke about concerning the foundation of Argos. So why are you debating me? That's what Greek historians said until they wanted to eradicate Black Athena. So if y'all look on the map, y'all see where Argos is located, right? It's just north of Crete, right? It's just west of Turkey or Anatolia, right? It's north of Egypt, right? South of Greece, right? That is the Peloponnesian Peninsula. And Achaea, right, go hand in hand with the Peloponnesian Peninsula. So if you look at these figurines, right, these are Argolids. These are Argolids from the Archaic period, right? Look what he has on his head. Doesn't that look like a feather headdress with cornrows, right? They were known for wearing you see the front, right? That looks like a cornrow going across the front and then down the back. They also had them going back like how we wear them today. But right, you also see the plume, right? Because those were the Spartans were from, right? You also see, right, the visage, right? Look at the top left brother, right? He looked like he could be somewhere in Cuba, one of your Cuban uncles. Hey, Bobby, right? Hey, Papa, in the dang corner store, right? That's how he looked, right? We seen this. We grew up seeing things. Who looks like this? You tell me. Who to this day wears cornrows like this? Is this Japheth, y'all? Is this Esau? You let me know. So the Achaewa and the Achaea connection, right? If you look to the left, right, it's the principality of Achaea, right? We're going to deal with a lot on the right. If you look at the right with that arrow, that is the region of Achaewa, right? Just northwest was Teresh, where you see Troy, right? You see Arzawa, Luca, right? Those are Sea People invasion colonies. Okay? We're going to deal with that, right? We're going to deal with that because Achaewa and Achaea are connected linguistically. Okay? But what is Greek Achaeans doing in Western Anatolia? And what are Western Anatolians in the Hittite region doing connected to Achaea, right? We're going to deal with that. Back to the Chinakoi and the Karatepe inscription, right? I went over this in the first video, right? It's important to understand that this is one of the most pivotal findings and discoverings to the Anatolian history, right? And Phoenician and Greek history, right? Because it's a bilingual inscription. So that means it was translated from one language, right? They had a translation of it in one language and then a matching translation of it on the other side. So now that they can depict and now they can measure, oh, this is that in the Phoenician. This is this in the Luwian, because it was a Phoenician and the Luwian. The Luwian is what Hittites spoke, right? Phoenician, they just showing up there. And now it's like, yo, Phoenicians were in Anatolia. So now we could depict from Phoenician what this person is saying. Going into the Akkadian script, we could depict what they're saying, all because of this bilingual script. Because now we can understand the context, the meaning of names, what they're saying, who is who. The Phoenician version says, now this is what they're arguing, right? The Phoenician version, look, on the Phoenician side, it says Dinium, right? Or Adenaeans, people of Athena. The Luwian version has a place name written with sign, right? And it says 429. Traditionally, that Luwian name has been read as Adenawa, but some, Oresco, this is the person who's writing about this article, suggested it could be a Hiowa instead, right? This is from Yakubovich, right? Ilya Yakubovich, right? He's in the world of this Hittite discovery, right? And he speaks a lot. He writes a lot of articles on this, right? And gives interpretations of things, right? So I'm going to read a little bit of it. I'm going to stop at the highlighted point. I'm going to read right from the middle. It says, this can be called the indigenous hypothesis. By contrast, if the Luwian speaking groups lost their grip of Cilicia in the Neo-Hittite period, you know why? Because they're saying that, remember when you went into the land of Kui, right? Or the land of Adenaya or Adenawa, right? That was in southern Anatolia, where Paul was from, remember? Right? Where Paul was from, Tarsus in that region, the Israelites being in that region, right? It says, by contrast, if the Luwian speaking groups lost their grip in Cilicia, so that if the Hittites lost their grip in Cilicia in the Neo-Hittite period, then one possible interpretation of the written use of Phoenician would be the assertion of a separate cultural identity by the new elites, in contrast to the rulers of the neighboring states. So they telling you that these new Phoenicians that showed up are the hegemony or the elites or the rulers of this Hittite period where it's collapsing. Danite ethnonyms, right? We went into what ethnonym means. It means ethnic names, names of specific ethnicities, right? We have different ethnicities, right? So, for example, if somebody said, you know, the Puerto Ricans, etc., right? Some would say, I'm not Puerto Rican during a certain period. I'm Taino. So we could connect Tainos and Puerto Ricans. So if somebody had two versions of people expressing a people group, the ethnonym of these people are what? Puerto Rican and what? Taino. Okay? That's an example, right? We know that Puerto Rican was labeled, but that's just an example if you're trying to figure out people groups. So you have a Hiowa in the language of the Hittite, linked to the Achaeans. You have Hiowa in the Luwian language, linked to the Achaeans. You have Denuna Akkadian. So this is what they're saying, possibly Denoi, right? I'm going off of what they're saying because the Akkadian, when you're dealing with the Akkadians, you know where they're from, right? They're from the land of Samaria and those regions, right? So when they speak of the Ahiowa or the Hiowa, right? They respond and they write about the Ahiowa and the Hiwa as Denuna. And so scholars are saying that's possibly the same as Denaoi, which is the interpretation of the ethnonym in Greece. Then you have the Denanim, which is the Phoenician group. Then you have these, there's specific characters that can't be written. So you have the Denajawa, right? That's the Egyptian for the Dorian Sea People. This is the Tawagalawa letter. I'm going to go into that when I'm breaking down the Romans. Okay. I'm going to go into that because that's very important. Okay. But I'm just giving you an example of the discoveries, right? Where they're making these discoveries and these linguistic interpretations, right? There are more, right, inscriptions, and there are more reliefs, etc., that steles and things of that nature that were found that can prove these things. This is Paul Kretschmer, right? Okay, he is mentioned in Oreskos, who we mentioned is making these links, right? He's mentioned in this article called Achaewa, Denuna, Aegean ethnic groups in the Eastern Mediterranean in the light of old and new hieroglyphic, Luwian evidence, right? So we're going to jump down to where it starts talking about him, right? Paul Kretschmer was the first who took these accounts seriously and made an attempt to prove the veracity of the Greek tradition by philological and linguistic argumentation. He argued that the name of the country known from Assyrian sources as Kui or Qui and located in plain Cilicia finally goes back to the form Achaewa, right? Do you know in some translations of the Bible, it talks about Solomon receiving horses from where? Kui, right? Which could possibly be Chiwa or Chia or Chiwa, right? Chiwa. Okay. So it says finally goes back to the form Achaewa, page 24, which had been shortly before discovered in Hittite texts and was compared with one of the Homeric appellations of the Greeks, Achaeans. In support, he also adduced a report of Herodotus, according to which the people of Cilicia were earlier called, right, literary sub-Achaeans, meaning that they're another people group, right? Like, for example, using the Puerto Ricans as an example, right? I got Puerto Rican cousins, so be quiet. I can do it. First cousins. I could do that, right? So, when you travel the Caribbean, or matter of fact, we'll do Jamaicans this time. I'll lay off Puerto Ricans, right? Officer Kwamala, right? I'm gonna lay them off. I'm gonna lay off the Puerto Ricans right now, right? When Jamaicans go to the islands, they are Jamaican, you're Jamaican, right? It's like they're almost like a subgroup of the real Jamaican stock, right? It says, but probably rather mixed Achaeans, right? In the next decade, excavations in the early Iron Age fortress Karatepe in Cilicia brought to light the famous Phoenician Luwian bilingual Karatepe, in which the name of Mopsus was identified. I'm going to go into Mopsus. Mopsus is highly pivotal to this point, but I'm not going to go in depth today. But Mopsus is in Greek mythology. Oh, yeah. And they also have Mopsus in records in Eastern Hittite records, and also in Greek historians written by Xanthos, the house of Mopsus. He was a Danaan, okay, was identified. Look, so here's an example. So Mopsus' name is mentioned, right? So you'll have Mopsa in Phoenician and Mukasa in the Luwian part, right? So you might have in some records Maksha, Mukshi, things of that nature, and then you'll have in a Phoenician Mopsa, right? Which brought about a further corroboration that the Greek legends about Mopsus, see the Greek legends, they're calling them legends, you calling them mythos, but they're Greek legends, right, about Mopsus do contain a grain of truth. Right? However, the inscription has produced no evidence bearing on the problem of Achaeans. The name of the people inhabiting Cilicia was read in the Phoenician version of the inscription as Danane. Still helps our point. Generally vocalized as Denuaim, for which below in Adanawa, south below, meaning southern of this region, right? Atanawai in the Luwian part. Both forms of the name were claimed to be derived from the name of the capital city of the kingdom of Adana, right? And I want to let you know that Mopsus set up several cities in the Hittite region and is recorded to have warred with the Philistines to take over Phoenicia. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's in record. Okay. And set up look up the city Mopsuestia, right? Mopsuestia, something like that. It's a famous city, right? That he established, and he was considered a what? Achaean, a Greek legend. Luwian hieroglyphics, Hittite cuneiform, right? So when you go into the sound, look, this is how it looks in the I generated a little AI. You know, give me a clap, y'all. I tried, you know what I'm saying? A little artwork in there. Right? This is the Panah artology, right? So you have the sound and then see it's pronounced he, like we have in the Hebrew the cha, right? Like in chaya, right? Or achya, right? Yahweh. So Ahiowa. 2 Corinthians 1:1. Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ and Mashiach Yahushua by the will of God, and Timothy, our brother, a Greek. Remember, Timothy's a Greek. Timothy's a Greek. That means he's Esau. He's Japhet. And Timothy, our brother, unto the church of God, which is at Corinth, with all the saints which are in all Achaia. Israel was swarmed in Achaia. I wonder how did they migrate there? Tell me how they all migrated there. How was there cities of Israelites? How? Explain it to me. 1 Corinthians 10:1. Moreover, brethren, I'm going to go into a heavy point on 1 Corinthians 10 later on. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant how that all our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea and were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea, and did all eat the same spiritual meat, and did all drink the same spiritual drink, for they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. This is Trevor Bryce. He has a forum article. Like a lot of these archaeologists and linguists and philologists and historians are coming together, right, with these discoveries, right? This is the kingdom of Ahiowa, a Hittite perspective, right? Listen to what he writes on page 191 in this forum article. Within a decade of Bedrick Harazni's decipherment of Hittite Nishite language during the First World War, the Swiss scholar Emil Forer, write his name down, y'all. He's the vantage point to all of this. Okay, I'm gonna bring him out later. Claimed that he had found Greeks in the Hittite texts. He based his claim on references in the text to a land called Ahiowa, which he linked with Achaeans. We have the in our language, right? One of the three names used by Homer in the Iliad for the Greeks who participated in the Trojan War, because like I said in the first one, it was Dan warring with Judah. They were also called Danans and Argives. Anybody out there with the smoke, please let me know who the Danans are. Please let me know. Are they Japhet? Are the Danans Edomites? Who are the Argives? Danans. His Achaean equation generated considerable debate in the decades that followed. Okay, so they're debating about this, but this was much to be considered and recognized, right? It says some scholars supported it, others regarded the name similarity as purely coincidental. Because when Emoforo went there, he's making all of these links to the Trojan War, to kings of Troy. Oh yeah, we're gonna deal with that. To names like Piyamaradu, who they equate to possibly being Achilles. Okay. Some scholars supported it. Others regarded the name similarity as purely coincidental. There is still no hard proof for the equation. For example, in the form of Hittite tablets found on a contemporary Greek site. But the majority of scholars now accept its validity, largely on the grounds that circumstantial evidence allows no plausible alternative. So that means, like, if it's raining at night, right? You went outside and it's not raining. Are you going to say, it ain't rained last night? Yes, it did. Like, how it didn't rain last night? It's puddles, man. They're literally saying this is actual evidence. Like, you can't deny it rained last night. If you read the rest of this article, he goes on to show that there's more support of this truth, right? Or this evidence linking to Emoforo's all his connections, right? With it being Greek and connecting them to Greek legends, etc. This is an article. Who were the Sea People? Right? I'm going to start at, because you got to go to the first one. It says the second paragraph, right? This is by N.S. Gill, right, in 2020. We was in dealing with you know what, locked in a house. You should have been reading the book, y'all. Should have been reading the book. No, sir. The Danaan probably originally came from northern Syria, perhaps where the Shardana had once lived, and the Checker from Troad, right? Possibly via Cyprus. See, they're just making these distinctions, but that's not the point, right? Alternatively, some have associated the Danaan with the Danoi or the Danoi of the Iliad and even the tribe of Dan in Israel. The Shekelesh may correspond to the sickles of Sicily. How many times have we heard these connections? And it's just like, okay, this witness, that witness, this witness are saying the same thing. The Ekwesh have been identified with the Achiawa of Hittite records, who were almost certainly Achaean Greeks, colonizing the western coast of Anatolia as well as the Aegean Islands, etc. It would colonizing the western coast of Anatolia as well as the Aegean Islands. Of the other four sea peoples, the Ekwesh are probably the Achaean Greeks, and the Danaan may be the Danoi or the Danoi, though probably aren't. While the Shekelesh are the Sicilians, and the Shardana were probably living in Cyprus at the time, but later became the Sardinians. So I'm showing you all of the patterns of the migrations of the Sea Peoples going into the Mycenaean region back and forth, right? So on the western side of Turkey, which is Anatolia or the Hittite kingdom or the Kati people, right? You see them in mass invasions going into Anatolia. You see mass invasions back and forth, and the map on the bottom, back and forth going into Mycenaean Greece and in Anatolia. Let's deal with the tribe of Dan. Genesis 49:16. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Israelites, y'all got to get this correct, because a lot of y'all are not breaking down this prophetically. Right. We have a 12 tribes chart, right? Based off Genesis 49, which I'm not here to debunk, which I agree with, right? But I'm going to bring out a lesson on the tribe of Dan concerning Revelation 7, right? And the understanding of Dan. Dan is one of the tribes of Israel. When James said to the 12 tribes of Israel, let me see the chat real quick. Let's get this out real quick. I'm going to ask the chat, put a 1 in the chat. If when James was writing to the 12 tribes scattered abroad, in James 1:1, was Dan included? If he was included, put a 1. If he was excluded, put a 2. Let me see the chat. Let me get involved with the chat. If he was included, put a 1. If he was excluded, put a 2. If you don't know, put a 3. Con. 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. Remember that? All I need is one mic. Yeah, it was. Right. All right, all I see is ones, man. Let's keep it rolling. All right. So let's get this understanding. So Jacob is prophesying about Dan, okay? And he said, shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. You know why he had to say that? Because he knew you would count him out. So Dan is going to be a ruler too. Dan is going to judge. Dan is going to be a part of the Israelite tribes. Why are we questioning if Dan is not? Notice something about Dan. Shortly after Judah was born, it was Dan. And he was the first child of a handmaid. But he was raised upon Rachel's knees. So technically, whose child is that? Rachel's. Rachel's child. Okay? She raised up Dan on her knees. Okay? So Dan is going to judge as one of the tribes of Israel. You need to know that. Okay? Dan shall be a serpent by the way, right? So, of course, we know Dan got into all this idolatry. We know that. But let me ask y'all something. Everybody don't want to say that, but where was he getting into idolatry at? No one wants to say that, though. Panah, what do you mean? Dan is the Greeks. What do you mean? They was going off in idolatry. Where? They left off. Where was they going? Where did they go? You explain it. Dan shall be a serpent by the way. What does it mean to be a serpent by the way? It means that they would leave their print, right? When a horse is traveling and a rider, like when people go to war, right? People are, a rider is riding upon a horse in a war sentiment, right? He's riding upon a horse and he sees the path of a serpent. He sees the print of the serpent slithering. So Dan would leave its print. Dan would leave its print wherever it went, right? Dan's name is in many civilizations. It's just people don't seem to see it, believe it, or understand it. Okay? But Dan is everywhere, just like all the 12 tribes are, but they would leave their print where they go. They would leave their mark, that name Dan, right? Or Don, right? So he shall be a serpent in the way, right? An adder in the path, right? When it says serpent in the way, he will get into idolatry. But an adder in the path, he would leave his print of where he went. That's that name. That biteth the horse heels. So you ever watch a movie in there, you know, and then the horse is on the path, and then the horse is, he like, whoa, what's going on? He senses a predator, right? He senses some danger. Right? It says that biteth the horse heels. What this is talking about is Dan's brilliance, might, and military prowess and guerrilla warfare. Right? It says, so that his rider shall fall backward. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Right? and legendary epic tales, right? Dan was so brilliant in guerrilla warfare and in military might that they would usurp and destroy and cause entire empires to collapse. You just don't give them the credit for it. You don't notice it was Dan. What does a serpent do? Right? A serpent, you don't see it. The Bible says a serpent upon a rock is wondrous because you can't see where it's going. You can't see where it went. So if you're on a rock, you don't know what's serpent there because you can't see its print. It might be in a hole in the rock, right? That adder might be hiding there. You can't see the way, just like the way of an eagle in the sky, the scriptures say, right? That's wondrous. That's how Dan moves. It says, I have waited for thy salvation, right? So after they even literally do a sneak attack, cause the whole rider to fall back, right? That's military prowess. But Jacob said, I have waited for thy salvation, right? That's in the KJV because Dan is still offered salvation. It's just in the end, they're going to receive a gate. And in the end, Dan will be revealed. That's the spirit is out on about who is Dan. Not everybody's Judah, y'all. Not everybody's Gad. Not everybody's Reuben. Why ain't nobody saying I'm the tribe of Dan if we just agreed that the letter of James is for all the 12 tribes? Why isn't Dan being claimed? Because he shall judge y'all as one of the tribes of Israel. He's your brother. Guerrilla warfare is a form of irregular, unconventional, and small-scale warfare where independent, lightly armed, and mobile forces use speed, surprise, speed. What that sound like? That lion's whelp. That Dan is leaping from Bashan. Surprise, sabotage, and hit and run tactics to disrupt larger traditional militaries. Its primary objectives are to weaken the enemy's morale, logistics, and resources over time while avoiding direct large-scale confrontation, often aiming for political rather than strictly military victories. So just imagine, right? If you needed that tribe, right? Yeah, we need y'all to go in and sneak attack these Romans. Dan was the person. Dan is a fierce tribe. And if you understand anything about Spartan war, Lacedaemonians, if you understand about that, they studied the Spartans today because of this tribe. Y'all want to say that's Japheth, that's Esau. Come on, man. Let me give you some examples. Homer's The Odyssey, book 8, lines 482 through 498. So he spoke, and the herald bore the portion and placed it in the hands of the Lord Demodocus, and he took it and was glad at heart. So they put forth their hands to the good cheer, lying ready before them. But when they had put from them the desire of food and drink, then to Demodocus said Odysseus of many wiles, Demodocus, verily above all mortal men do I praise thee, whether it was the Muse, the daughter of Zeus, that taught thee, or Apollo. For well and truly dost thou sing of the fate of the Achaeans, and all that they wrought and suffered, and all the toils they endured, as though happily thou hadst thyself been present, or hadst heard the tale from another. But come now, change thy theme, and sing of the building of the horse of wood. What does it sound like? What's getting ready to take place? They just went through something with the Trojans. So now they're planning a sneak attack. The Trojan War is legendary, right? Which appears made with Athena's help. This them going off in idolatry. The horse which once Odysseus led up into the citadel as a thing of guile. See that? So they're like, we're going to give you an offering, Troy. But in the midst of that horse were Achaeans sneaking, ready to sneak attack and do what? Cause the rider to fall back, which caused that whole kingdom to crumble and caused all them Judites to come over into Italy and create Rome. That's Dan for y'all, bro. Stop sleeping on Dan. Okay, that's your brother. And neck and neck, as far as fierce, what I've been reading on them lately and studying more, one of the most fiercest. If not, when Judah is couched down like a lion, Dan. That's where I'm at. Because they are like the most high. Send that serpent in. Serpent, who wants to face a serpent, the venom of a serpent? And that's Dan. That's Dan. As a thing of guile, when he had filled it with the men who sacked Ilios. What is Ilios? Troy. Okay. If thou dost indeed tell me this tale aright, I will declare to all mankind that the God has of a ready heart granted thee the gift of divine song. So he spake. This is from book 8, lines 499, 520. So he spake, and the minstrel, moved by the god, began and let his song be heard, taking up the tale where the Argives had embarked on their benched ships and were sailing away. Who are the Argives? The Achaeans, the Danans, from Argos, Argolids, after casting fire on their huts, while those others, led by glorious Odysseus, were now sitting in the place of assembly of the Trojans, hidden in the horse, for the Trojans had themselves dragged it to the citadel. They like this, Judah like this. We turning up. We got a gift. Yay. Judah. So there it stood, while the people talked long as they sat about it, and could form no resolve. Nay, in 3 ways did counsel find favor in their minds, either to cleave the hollow timber with the pitiless bronze, or to drag it to the height and cast it down the rocks, or to let it stand as a great offering to propitiate the gods, even as in the end it was to be brought to pass. For it was their fate to perish when their city should enclose the great horse of wood. So soon as they close the door, there's warriors in this Trojan horse, right? And the Argives or the Achaeans, right? Achaeoa, right? Are in the horse, right? It says, wherein were sitting all the best of the Argives, bearing to the Trojans death and fate. So they had their best warriors, right? And he's saying how the sons of the Achaeans poured forth from the horse, and leaving their hollow ambush, guerrilla war, causing the rider to fall back, sacked the city. Of the others, see, they didn't expect to be struck in the what? Hills. Okay. Of the others, he's saying how it in diverse ways they wasted the lofty city, but of Odysseus, now he went like Ares to the house of Deiphobus together with godlike Menelaus. There it was, he said, that Odysseus braved the most terrible fight and in the end conquered by the aid of great-hearted Athena, right? So you can see right there, just an example, a legendary tale in which they strategically overthrew Troy, which they can prove wars took place in Troy for many, many centuries, right? But when they destroyed Troy, it caused Aeneas, right, the sons of Dardanus, to migrate. That aristocracy, okay, to go to where? Italy. You also had a sect of them, right, in Europe already, which we read in the first ones, where you see Dardania on the map. It was a Dardania in Europe and a Dardania in the Hittite region. So look at this, right? Warning, this is a priest of the Trojans, right, by the name of Lacun, okay? You have in the Latin, because Virgil, right, he wrote the Aeneid in the 1st century BC, or first century, I believe, BC, right? He was a Roman, okay? And you had Greek mythology, and then the Greeks obviously were Trojans at the time, but there was no Roman in title, right? So now you have Roman mythology. Virgil is explaining the Trojan War. So this is in the Latin. Listen what it says in the Latin. And I'm going to do translations. Quid it est timeo Danaeos et dona forentis. Okay? That means in the English, whatever it is, I fear the Greeks even when they bring gifts. Danaeos. Okay? You tell me who it is. Okay? Striking the horse at his heels. That's in the Latin. And in the English, it's translated to what? Greeks. It's more Latin. What it read is Impullerat fero argolicus foeder latebras. Argolicos, Argives, Argos. Where the nails go? Argos. Translation. He would have forced us to pierce the Greek hiding place with iron. Okay? So he's warning them about don't trust the Danans. Don't trust the Greeks. Don't trust the Achaeans. Right? It said, and Troy would still stand and Priam's high citadel remain. Meaning if y'all didn't take that horse, which I kept on telling y'all, don't accept from them, we wouldn't be here. Warriors of Dan. It's going to get real interesting. Remember I talked about the roller coaster? Remember the ride up here in the north? We called it the elevator. You know, the one that you go up? You know, you slowly go up and then you see all of the Six Flags or whatever. And you like, yo, why'd I get on this, man? Because the drop gonna get real. We're just going up, y'all. Right? We ain't on a roller coaster, right? But we going up. Okay? We about to sink down real fast. And then it's going to be a lot of thrill. This is the Warriors of Dan, right? This is from the end of the Bronze Age. Remember we talked about the late Bronze Age? Israel coming out of Egypt caused the Bronze Age to collapse. Okay? That was the end of the Bronze Age. And introducing the Iron Age, we see kingdoms coming up in the Iron Age. There are Israelites that question me because they don't understand that Israelites had kingdoms outside of the land of Israel. Okay? We wasn't just subjected to the land. There were Israelites that were in other countries, in other regions, reigning. Okay? Study the age of Solomon. This is from page 220. It was written by Robert Drews, right? The changes in warfare and the catastrophe 1200, circa 1200 BC, the catastrophe, 1200 BC. Habu released, remember the Medinet Habu. The Palestinian tribesmen must have made short work of the chariot armies by which the Pentapolis was defended. The Pentapolis are the Philistines, the 5 cities of the Philistines. Pentapolis is 5 city. Pentapolis, 5 city, right? Was defended. Further north along the coast, the checker must have closed in on and eventually taken the city of Dor. And the warriors of Dan seem to have made a name for themselves by their success, probably with long swords against both chariots and cavalry. They made a name for themselves. During the Bronze Age, I told y'all, Dan is no joke. We as a tribe, like, they ain't no joke, y'all. There's nothing wrong with finding out, dang, man, I might be Dan. Yeah, you're a Danite. You're going to walk in the gate. I'm going to go to a more in-depth lesson on Revelation 7. Okay? So these are remember I told you about Dan leaving his print. These are just minor examples. I mean, I had way more tables than this, right? I said, man, it's going to be too long at night. I ain't going to have people falling asleep on me. So I deleted like a lot of slides, man. I was too excited, right? But this is Dan and Levant anchor points, right? So let's go on to Genesis 30 and 6, right? When Dan right, is born in what Rachel says, right? Genesis 30:6. And Rachel said, God hath judged me and hath also heard my voice. See, the problem is what we're campaigning concerning the tribe of Dan and their amazing history throughout the isles of time is that they're counted out. But Rachel said, and hath also heard my voice. Right? So why are we gonna pay attention to the fact that that's our brother? Right? And it says, and hath given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. Done. Right? So when you look up what it means, God hath judged me, it literally translates to Danani, Elohim. Danan. Danuna. God has judged me. Dan. Tel Dan, an ancient city in northern Israel, biblical city originally called Laish, renamed Dan by the tribe of Dan. That's what the first sentiments when you read, they named that city Dan. That should tell you right there that wherever they went from then on, they named it something about Dan, and an attribute of Dan. That's why it's there. Dan River, northern Israel, right? One of the two main headwaters of the Jordan River. Dan Spring in the Banaeus region, right? In Israel, major water source feeding the Jordan Basin, Dan territory, tribal land Israel, original allotment west of Benjamin and Ephraim, later migration north, right? Ethnic cultural names, they're called the Danes, right? Ethnic group in Scandinavia, right? People link them to the Danes in Scandinavia. Germanic people associated with Denmark, right? You debate the archaeologists that talked about the Tuath de Danann showing up, linking them to the tribe of Dan. I mean, you explain it. You tell me who the Tuath de Danann is, okay? Denmark, country, Scandinavia, name means land of march of the Danes, the march of the Danes. Denmark, Tuatha de Danann, meaning people of Dan, tribe of Dan, right? Quote unquote mythic people of Ireland, Celtic mythological group linked with the goddess Danu, right? Okay, we're going to go into that goddess a little bit, right? Because it came out of Crete and Judah, and Dan was involved in that. You have, remember, we have a Mount Ida in Crete, we have a Mount Ida in Anatolia, right? I'm going to show you why Paul was rebuked. She said, rebuke Crete people from Crete, rebuke them sharply. Because them niggas crazy. They got a lot of they got to come out of all of that. Because Crete was a homeland of high level occult masonry. And I'm gonna show you Danites getting involved in it. Danoi, Danans, Danaids, Homeric ethnym, Aegean Greece, term used in Homer for the Greeks. So Danoi, that's the Greek derivative. Danaids, Greek derivative. Right? So you got more, right? Don, right? You go into the Argonaut story, Argonaut story, where a coalition of seamen from Argos went through the Dardanelles or the Hellespont, went into the Caucasus region, and guess what? They began to rule Russia. Okay, they began to, called the Rus, because they were the Argonauts building with the Caucasus or the Chalcis, right? That's the Russian steppe. Dun, Dunaj, Slavic, Danube, Danu, Din, sometime Din, Dan, right? We're gonna just brush by this, right? You get the point. So look, I want to show you something very interesting, right? So when you look up Dan, right? H1835, Dawn, right? That's how you pronounce it. And it's a judge, one of the sons of Jacob, also the tribe descended from him, and its territory, likewise, a place in Palestine, right? Means the judge, right? Adonis was the son of Aphrodite, right? So, or it was Athena, one or the other, right? I always get them mixed up. But anyway, when you're dealing with the occultic secret religions, you always see the mother goddess with her son. So sometimes even the names for the gender fluidity of the genders, they merge the gods into the same deity, it could be gender fluid, right? So the mother could be the son, the mother, the name could be the same, right? So I want to show you something interesting. Adonis, right? Where you have Adonia festivals, right? It's literally called Adonia festivals in Athens, right? Where they weep for Adonis. The Most High said to the children of Israel in Ezekiel 8, weeping for Tammuz. That's that same occult, right? It says Adonis, beautiful young man, 1620s, probably via French Adonis, from Greek Adonis, name of the youth beloved by Aphrodite. From Phoenician Adon, Lord, probably originally ruler from base Adi and Adon, to judge, rule, Adonai in the Hebrew cognate. How did that get over there into Greece? Right? So now look at what I told you about the gender fluidity of the secret occultic mythos, right? And mysticism, right? Athens, Adonis. I want you to understand something about the Greek phonetics of certain characters, right? We're gonna dive into this because the T and the H sound are interchangeable. Okay, when you're dealing with translation from like Greek to English, right? So remember, alphabet, they're the same, but sometimes the phonetics are different. Go to the link, Baba Krisha, right? We're gonna get it. Right, y'all see that, right? I need you to scroll down. Okay, scroll down. And I need you to hit where gamma, remember alpha, beta, gamma, right? Hit that. No, not gamma, excuse me, Salakia. No, delta, excuse me. I don't know why I said that. Delta, remember the D and the TH, right? You see where it says TH as in this, a voiced dental fricative, right? Look, hit delta, Salakia. Yes. Delta. So when you say Adonis, you could possibly get Athenis or Athens, or you get what I'm saying? So that's something that some people utilize as well. Did y'all hear that in the chat? Did y'all hear how what we'll say in the D phonetic, in the Greek, it's the TH in ours, delta. Okay? Delta, right? Some say it may be interchangeable. Some may say that Athens could possibly come from Ethan or Itenos. I'm just putting it there for you to do more research on it and to open up your understanding of this history. Okay? All right, let's go back to the last slide. This is from the last PowerPoint. I need y'all to be reminded of this specific portion of the PowerPoint. Dorians, preeminent wanderers, migrants. This is from Herodotus Histories, right? Book 1, section 56. It says, Herodotus of Halicarnassus, 5th century BC, translated by G.C. Macaulay. By these lines, when they came to him, Croesus, remember Croesus, we went into him, he was the Lydian king, right, who Cyrus destroyed. He was the one who Cyrus came in the 3 ribs. When the Cyrus destroyed Lydia, he was one of those 3 ribs. I'm going to show you prior to Croesus, right, about 5 ancestors up, right? He had an ancestor by the name of Gyges, right, who Condulis, around the time of 680 BC, was the last Heraclid, Greek ruler, a Heraclid, one who descended from who they said Hercules. Okay, he began to rule Lydia because the Heraclid had an ancestor by the name of Lydas, where you get Lydia. Okay, so it says, and that was in the region of Sardis. So the Heraclid ruled Sardis for 505 years. Where's Sardis? Western Anatolia. Okay? You find Sardis in the scriptures because you know why? Israelites was there. They came to Croesus, was pleased more than by all the rest, for he supposed that a mule would never be ruler of the Medes instead of a man, because he was calling Cyrus a hybrid. And accordingly, that he himself and his heirs would never cease from their rule. So Cyrus is propping himself up, saying, we're never going to cease from our rule. That's what he was campaigning. He even called himself the King of Kings. Then after this, he gave thought to inquire which people of the Hellenes. Is he talking about Alexander, y'all? Is he talking about Philip? Is he talking about Pernicus? You tell me. Those of the opposing side. You tell me. He should esteem the most powerful and gain over to himself as friends. So he wanted to be allied to them. And inquiring, he found that the Lacedaemonians and the Athenians, remember we went into that, had the preeminence, the first of the Dorian. So that means the Dorians were also amongst the Lacedaemonians and the Athenians and the others of the Ionian race. So out of all these people, why he say others of the Ionian race? He literally said the Ionian race because obviously the Dorians was of a different race. For these, right now, when you go into the and others of the Ionian race, right? Some may say, well, that's saying that they're a part of the Ionian race. How are they a part of the Ionian race when they're of Semitic Phoenician origin? Okay. And Ionia, we know, or Javan, is sometimes it's dealing with a landmass. For those of you Israelites that debate, Galatians is Israelites. Galatians is Israelites. You know why? Because they're in Galatia. So it's labeled Ionian. But I proved it to you in the last video that they're of a separate race. For these were the most eminent races, plural, races in ancient time. The second being a Pelasgian, Philistine, and the first a Hellenic race. So they're separate races. It's telling you right here. And the one never migrated from its place in any direction, while the other was very exceedingly given to wanderings. But the Most High said we'll be wanderers. For in the reign of Deucalion, this race dwelt in Pithiatis, and in the time of Doros, the son of Helen, in the land lying below Asa and Olympus, which is called Hittitatus. And when it was driven from Hittitatus by the sons of Cadmos, because Cadmos, the Cadmeans, right? Cadmos, he founded Thebes, right? Then you had Batae, which were there with the Cadmeans. Some say that they even were in the region with the Illyrians and the Balkans, right? Now you have them warring, right? The Cadmos came out of Egypt with them. Now they're beefing. It said it dwelt in Pindos and was called Macedonian. You can see it a little bit. Macedonian, which is what? Macedonia. And thence it moved afterwards to Dryopis, and from Dryopis it came finally to Peloponnesus and began to be called Dorian, Macedonian, Macedonian. So this is the derivative or the variations of Macedonia, Macedon, Macedonia, right? The scriptures, Paul is literally telling you this church is where? In Macedonia. Here it is on the map, just north of Greece. Greece is just north of Achaia. Okay. This is the Mycenaean region. So we're going to look at something interesting about the Sea Peoples, right? We saw that armor before. Okay. Y'all remember that from the first one. This is the Shardana or the Sharden. They are the Sea Peoples. Whenever they find a record of the Sea Peoples, they were written in every one, right? And for the people, that was trying to scoff yesterday, oh, Panah, do you know that the Sea Peoples was working for Egypt? Yeah, I do know that some of the Sea Peoples began working for Egypt when they got enslaved and imprisoned. That's why you see them with the ropes around their hands being dragged in, because some of them were bound, right? And then some of them were paid to work for Egypt, and the Shardana were paid to work for Egypt along with the Philistines that attacked at that war at the Delta, right? And they worked for the pharaohs for probably about 150 years, longer than the Philistines, the Shardana, okay? Right? Which they link to Sardinia. But I want you to focus right. Remember, I told y'all that in between that is the sun. I didn't give the full understanding and the enlightenment of what that is, right? And remember, I told you the horns, that they were going off into the occult. They were, right? And I'm going to show you what this represents. And I'm going to show you how the Macedonians, right, stated claim to this image right here. Okay, so if you look on the right, if you look at the top of that epigraph, you see the horns, and then you see the little, it looks like a bulb, right? It looks like a bulb on their head. That's what you see right here on the larger image, right? On the epigraph, under it, you see the same thing. The horns, the bulb, that's the sun. You see on the relief at Medinet Habu, the horns, and then you see the symbol, right? See to the right, the larger one, right? The sun with the horns for their helmets, right? We're going to get into that. So you see them, the Shardin Moor, Shardana, right? You see the horns, right? Right. I'm even going to link the spears to Macedon, right? Right. You see the shield. Now you see the Shardana, right? Okay. See the horns, right? The horns of consecration, Cretan apostasy. This is all going to link. Remember that we're taking you up to drop down. Pay attention. Okay. It's the horns of consecration. That's what you saw on the Sea Peoples helmets. Okay. Exodus 3:32-7. And the Lord said unto Moses, go get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf and have worshipped it and have sacrificed thereunto and said, these be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. So calf worship, we know, is in Canaan. Calf worship, we know, is in Egypt. And the calf worship was the Sea Peoples God as well. Okay. So if you look at this symbol, what it represents is the sun rising between the pillars. And this means something heavy. And I need y'all to know this. Okay. If you look up the Egyptian horizon, right? That is a representation of Horus. That's the sun, S-U-N or S-O-N, for the mother goddess and her son. Okay. Y'all understand Eve? Y'all understand that whole aspect? I'm not going to take a deep dive into that. But then you have in Crete the horns of consecration, okay, where it faces from east to west. And when the sun rises, it'll pass between the two horns, which is a representation of that calf god for bull worship. Okay, that's why the sun was between the horns. Okay, if you pass into the door of this temple, you are showing that you are going to be enlightened with some secret knowledge. Okay, so if you see the Sea Peoples with this, they were also enlightened. Okay, that's what it represents. You see Hathor, right? A mother goddess, right? The mother goddess of Egypt. She has the horns with the head of a calf and the what? Sun shining, or the rays in between. And in the middle of that is what? The serpent of enlightenment. Eve was talking to who? The serpent. The masculine side where Adam comes up is the bull. So you have the masculine and the feminine coming together learning, and the sun representing the sun. Okay, the chosen seed, quote unquote. Okay, Hathor is the mother of consort of the sky god Horus. So she's the mother of Horus. Hathor in ancient Egyptian. Now you have Hera of the Greeks. It's gonna make sense, right? Remember that star I just showed y'all? This is the Virginia sun. The Virginia sun / star. They go hand in hand, right? That's what it looks like, right? I'll give you a little bit of information on this, right? Virginia is the modern name of a village and major archaeological site in northern Greece. It is identified with the ancient Macedonian city Agai. This is Agai means goat, okay? Well, you also, some people who name women who are named Aja, if you ever ask them what the meaning of your name is, they'll be like, it means goat. Ask me how I know. Anyway, right? The first capital of the Macedonian kingdom, right? The Macedonian kingdom, a guy, right? Goat, right? So it's a actual seal or a symbol of the Macedonian kingdom. Virginia became world famous after excavations by Manolis Andronicus in 1977 revealed royal Macedonian tombs, including what many scholars believe is the tomb of Philip II of Macedon, right? So they see this tomb and they're like, this is Philip. This is Philip. He has the Virginia star. He's a Macedonian. The Virginia sun or star of Virginia is a 16-rayed star found on the gold coffin of Philip II. It became a symbol of the Argead dynasty, the royal house of Alexander the Great. Oh, that sounds so wonderful, right? I'm going to show y'all something. The Argead dynasty is the actual dynasty of the Macedonian line, right? Remember that sun symbol, right? The Virginia star, son of Macedonia. This is ethnicity, ethnogenesis, and ancestry in the early Iron Age Aegean as background to and through the lens of the Iliad. So they're going through Homer's work and they're trying to see something, right? Trying to see clearer about something. It says, in summary, just as the Proto-Phrygians and Macedonians seem to have arisen from the highlands of Upper Macedonia and spread eastward into the lowlands of the Thermaic Gulf and Mygdonia, so may have the Paeonians themselves originated from the same highlands and spread eastward. So these are people from different lands, right? And their migrations. But listen to what it says. A significant portion of the population in Argead, Macedonia, okay? These are the family lines, the dynastic lines connected to, the dynastic lines connected to Argos, right? It says perhaps close to half may have been Paeonian, meaning dwelling there, because we're talking about migration. So the Argeads of Argos may have been in Paeonia. You know why they're trying to explain this? Look, Hammond's tentative East Macedonian dialect may in fact have been Paeonian. Watch this. The debt which the Macedonians owe the Paeonians. When they say Macedonians, they're talking about we have the Virginia star on Philip, the Timonid. He's a Timonite, the Alexander line, right? We found the Virginia star on his coffin, right? Watch this. The debt which the quote unquote Macedonians owe the Paeonians is palpable in a number of ways. The most common predecessor in the late Archaic period of the Virginia sun or Macedonian star is most commonly depicted on Paeonian coinage. The earliest Macedonian coinage, first minted by Alexander I, imitated Paeonian models. imitated Paeonian models. You know what he imitated? Oh, yeah. The Argolids, the Argeadic dynasty, imitated it. Similarly, the idiosyncratic Macedonian Corsia first appeared on the earlier Paeonian coins, right? The Timinid son tradition fumble. Whoops. Somebody gonna make a hefty mistake in one of Herodotus's traditions about the Alexander line concerning the Virginia star. It says Herodotus on the Macedonian royal house. You know, Herodotus was a part of the advertisement of them being Macedonians descendant, right, of the Heraclid line, right? Yeah, I know he was a part of that. Well, let's read what Herodotus says, right? It says, in the 8th book of Herodotus's histories, he tells about the ancestors of the Macedonian king Alexander I, the Philhellene. Look at the the Philhellene. Are you original Hellene? No, because you didn't descend from that line of who are calling themselves Hellenes. You're a Timinid. Watch this. Of the Macedonian king Alexander I, the Philhellene, who was king of Macedonia in the first quarter of the 5th century BC. Although the story assumes that Alexander's legendary ancestor Perdiccas, who must have lived in the 7th century BC, was a descendant of Timinus of Argos, who in turn descended from Zeus's son Heracles. Watch this. The story appears, well, Herodotus is saying, right, linking them to the tradition of the sun star, the Virginia sun, says the story appears to betray an older myth that connected Perdiccas to the sun. In historical times, the sun was one of the symbols of the Macedonian royal house. You know what they said about the origin of the sun, the Virginia sun? They said that they would be added sun upon the floor as the sun beams in the house. That's what they said, but they fumbled in that tradition because that wasn't the original tradition concerning the sun star, the Virginia sun. They fumbled that damn tradition. Ain't that about a hot mess? Which I want to argue with me. They're the original Greeks. This is from the Archaeological Museum of Thessaloniki. Where was Paul? Wasn't he in Thessalonica? Okay. Exhibits of the month, right? September 2022. This is the golden burial mask from the archaic cemetery of Syndos. Now, I'm going to go into something a little bit later concerning a lot of gold that was found, right, in the Mycenaean region, right? Timinid dynasty or Argolid Danite dynasty. According to a particular point, this is from the article. This is a screenshot from the article. According to a particular point of view, the adoption of a Mycenaean burial mode, such as the funerary mask, suggests an attempt on behalf of the archaic Macedonian aristocracy, that's the actual line, right? Aristocracy, to connect to the pre-Doric heroic past of the Argolid, right? The birthplace of the Timinid family, right? They're saying that's where they were born from, right? Which is a lie. According to the Herodotian myth, the Macedonian kings descended, right? So let's really identify. It says, according to our particular point of view, the adoption of a Mycenaean burial mode. So the way they were burying their loved ones was an adoption, such as suggests an attempt on the behalf of the archaic Macedonian aristocracy to connect right? So they're trying to connect to the true archaic Macedonian when the Danaids or the Argives were in power. They're trying to adopt the system of burying their loved ones, attempting to do it. There's more. Timonids, right? Look at all, this is Spartas, right? This is Spartas. Okay, if you know anything about Spartas, when you look in the green, you look in the pink, right? You look at the top, those are the mega patriarchs, right? Look at that big gap in between Timonus of Argos and all the way down to Perdiccas. There's a huge gap. I wonder why. I wonder why there's a huge gap. Okay, going to Sparta, no gaps. Right? No gaps at all. Look at that. If y'all could see on the three, going up three on the left, a brother named Leon in there. You know, that's a brother named Leon. Leon. Right? But if you understand what you're seeing right here, Sparta, you know the history of Sparta, there was a confusion of these two twins. Okay, or excuse me, the two twins. They didn't know which one came out first, right? They even say the mother switched them. So they tried to figure out how they were going to give over the birthright. So they made it two. So that's when you see I never could say this name, Eurysthenes and Procles. So then you have all of the descendants of these two, which is the Spartan line, the Spartan lines. Look at Macedonians. Look at Macedonians under that where they claim Alexander from. Ride, Macedonians, ride. Right? Bear. Okay? Quote unquote Greek. Let's see what Alexander and them was experiencing when they was coming around true Greeks. True Jake. You know how they go in the back. Remember the movie White Man Can't Jump? Remember that in the early 90s? Yeah. Remember that? He trying to dribble with Wesley Snipes. Wesley all dribbling between his legs, doing layups like Jordan. Right? That's when you get the movie White Man Can't Jump. Right? You were subhuman to us. Right? Well, guess what? Alexander was going through that as well, being considered a foreigner coming around the real Greeks. This is from A Companion to Ancient Macedonia, edited by Joseph Roisman and Ian Worthington. This is a compilation work, right, by Eugene N. Borza, Miltiades B. Hatsopoulos, and Carol J. King. Listen to what it says. When the Macedonians, these are excerpts from the book. When the Macedonian king Alexander I attempted to participate in the Olympic Games, right? Like I told y'all on Clubhouse, we invented the Olympics. When he attempted to participate, how you attempting to participate when it is an actual Olympic to the ancestors, an Olympics to the royal of the stock of your people, and only your people can participate. If you're of that country, that's who you represent, of that country. He's attempting to do it. It says Alexander convinced the Hellenodikai, that he was descended from an Argive. Apparently, as a Macedonian, he would have been barred. So he's attempting to get in this race, right? But it says apparently as a Macedonian, he would have been barred. So they're telling you that you had to be of a specific ethnicity to participate. That's page 87. Some scholars regard Herodotus' story about the Timonids, Timon, Esau, through Timinus, descendants also of Heracles and Zeus, as a foundation myth to provide the ruling house of Macedonia with Greek ancestry, because they came in and then they began to rule. But they were once called something. They were called Macedonian barbarians. There were distinct groups. They were called Macedonian barbarians. The simple fact that several Macedonian kings, that's page 89, the simple fact that several Macedonian kings, even during the late 5th and 4th centuries, so strongly stressed the Greekness of their ancestors, and the royal house suggests that there were still many Greeks who rejected accepting the Macedonian royal family as Greeks, not least the Macedonian ethnos. Page 90. So what it's saying is you gotta project yourself. I'm Greek. Look, I'm Greek. And let alone you're not even accepted as Macedonian ethnos. If you got to do that so much, they're like, this ain't no Greek. This ain't no Macedonian. This is a barbarian. This is a Veneti. You hear panology, I'm telling you. This is timid propaganda, right? This is going into numismatic, which is basically coinage, right? Going into coinage, right? It's propaganda. This is by Slawomir Sprosky, right? This is the Timidae who came out of Argos. Literary sources, excuse me, and numismatic evidence on the Macedonian dynastic traditions. This is the abstract. The prevailing opinion is that, at least from Alexander I onwards, Macedonian rulers attached a lot of importance to the tradition of Argive origin. There are also suggestions that various images placed on royal coins refer to the mythical founder of the dynasty in his foreign origin. But a review of these images does not provide convincing arguments to justify the above-mentioned opinion. The preserved fragments of poetry dedicated to Alexander I seem to speak rather in favor of his interest in the Trojan myth. If you know anything about Alexander, why he was going around into Babylon and Susa and trying to get hooked up with the priests, and he went to go make a sacrifice to the Trojan goddess Athena, and why he was doing that, because shortly after that in the records, they would say he's Trojan. They would say he's Greek. They would say he's Babylonian. And guess what happened? That happened. They began to erect inscriptions about Alexander, calling him, you're a Trojan, just like us. What did the natives do? You're Indian, just like us. Have Thanksgiving dinner. Then what happens? Okay. It says, if the Argive origin of the royal family is so strongly emphasized by Herodotus, Thucydides, and Euripides, then perhaps the establishment, not the origin, the establishment of the genealogical ties of the Macedonian kings with Timidae of Argos took place in Athens. So what they're saying is they're pushing propaganda in Athens that they descend from these Greeks. The Greek authors presented the Macedonian rulers with versions of the mythical past of their family linked to Greek tradition, but there is not much to indicate that the predecessors of Alexander the Greek, nope, not Greek no more. We need to stop saying that. Alexander the Timid, that's what he is. Stop saying Alexander the Greek. Attach particular importance to them. This is from Greece and Rome, New Surveys in the Classics, number 46, Greek Religion, 2nd edition, right? By Jan N. Bremer, right? This is from the introduction. This is what it says. Greek religion received its characteristic form in the 700 or so big and small cities, the polis, which spread Greek culture from Spain to the Black Sea. The independence of these cities gradually diminished through the development of large powers such as Sparta and Athens, and they eventually had to cede their independence to Philip and his Macedonians. These developments brought about rapid changes in the structure of Greek religion. So when Philip and them came, it brought about rapid changes in the structure of Greek religion. In this survey, we will concentrate on the religious practices and beliefs during the glory that was Greece. Because when some people came, they just disrupted stuff, namely the archaic and classical periods. Given its preeminence in the sources, Athens will often be our most important example, but I intend to show also something of the diversity of Greek religious culture. So now there's a glory day, right? And then there's a time when there's a rapid shift of religion. If you notice anything, right? Greeks were in the classical period, especially. You know that Socrates and those men was brothers, Aristotle and them was brothers, and Alexander and that family, they were learning under black philosophers. They were being taught by black philosophers. Were the black philosophers training Alexander the Greek with their philosophy and their humanistic thoughts when their religion was? He said, go and conquer and kill and Hellenize everybody. Why do you see such a paradigm shift when they come in and now you call it Hellenization? They're forcing Greek religion on people. I got a question. Did Greeks before that circumcise? Did Achaeans circumcise before that? We're going to see. And why were they forcing people to not be circumcised? We're going to see. This is called the Dori. Okay? This was a weapon of the Sea Peoples, which you see in some pictures and some vases, etc. Now you see this is a hoplite. A hoplite was a Spartan, like a second class, right? Then you had above them the Lacedaemonians. That was the high race, excuse me. Below them was Japheth. They were Helots. See, y'all fail to realize that we carried understanding from the wilderness and the law. Because when we went to these different places, what did the Lord say? When you go conquer these places, if they say peace, make them your tributaries. And that's what we were doing in the land of Anatolia, in the land of Greece. So when we beat Japheth and we warred with them and we brought them down to a pulp, we made them what they called in society helots. They were not free, but hoplites and Lacedaemonians were. So this is a hoplite with a spear called a Dori, right? Hoplite with spear in an arming scene on the tondo of an Attic red figure kylix. So the red figure is why you see like the shade of red. That's a specific art style in Greek era, right? Notice the Spartan helmet, the plume, right? The Corinthian helmet, right? See his armor, right? To the side, his shoulder pads, right? But don't even look at that. Look at the brother woolly hair. Look like he could be what's his name? Who he look like, man? I'm trying to think of the name. Stephen Curry with a fro, right? Look like Stephen Curry if he grew his hair for about 4 months, right? Look at the brother, the woolly. Okay, that's a brother. Okay. Now you look at the Shardana, you see the Dori. See, it says the Dori was used by archaic and classical Greek hoplites, Argos, Sparta, Athens. So they're saying it could possibly be some influence of the Sea Peoples. Watch this. This is the sarissa. What is a sarissa? The sarissa was introduced by Philip II of Macedon. It became the dominant under Alexander the Great. Greek. Nope. Timid. We got to stop saying Alexander the Great as an epithet. Alexander the Greek, because he hijacked it. But he's Alexander. Be who you are. Be a Timonid.
That's called a phalanx formation. So that wasn't us. That was them.
That was them. That was them. They brought the sarissa, as you can see. It was about 20 feet long, 20 to 30 feet long. Okay. Philip and them brought that. So you even see a change in the structure of war. That's why I brought up the Greek religion, the glory days. So when you're dealing with this is Sparta, that was not Esau. Okay. You see even the shift in the military formations and the weapons. He said the Diddy formation. Right. It's too silly. Right. Now I want to show something real quick, right? Before we jump into that. Give me the YouTube link. I want y'all to just watch something real quick. Right. Because Alexander was a mighty warrior, right? But he was an imposter. Okay. But I want to show y'all something so I can make it a little bit live. No, dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. So we're about to play something from YouTube real quick, about 4 minutes.
This is the Fair Use and Copyright Act. Copyright law states that fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, including multiple copies for classroom use, scholarship, or research, is not an infringement of copyright.
All right, so as y'all can see, right, we're just going to play something real quick little 4-minute segment. Yeah, go ahead, yeah. You see the helmet? They want to be you. You see what the knights was wearing? They want to be you. You see what the Sea Peoples is wearing? They want to be you.
Where does he go?
Don't know. I just did.
Envelop him, Bessus.
See the Saristas? Where's the Dory? They stole an eagle from you, by the way. Who's also represented by the eagle? Man. Judah also was also one of their signs was the eagle. You notice it's that Macedonian, right? You see the plumes, right? You mean to tell me that they would have been Let me show y'all something here as well. What's going on today between who? Edomite and Persia. Nothing new under the sun. White Trump going in and military going in war between Islam and Esau. Let's try to prove something that Alexander didn't say.
Come, Macedonians! Ride! Ride!
So as you can see, the Sarissas, right? The difference to the military weaponry. Him trying to look like a Sea People or a Spartan. And he's a Timonid. And what's going on now between the Edomites and the Persians today? Why the American government, the Edomites going into Iranians, the Persians, because it's an ancient cyclical war. You're in what most call the clash of the Titans. This is the end of the Gentile rulership. They're clashing. The titanic powers are clashing. Which starts from this time. I want you to turn up a little bit and see what Alexander said real quick.
Alexander, my father's lost. They've overrun the flank. They're into the baggage train. Armenians crumbling. Ah! Alexander, if you chase him, you risk losing your army here. And if we capture him, we gain an empire.
I said if we conquer him, we gain an empire. Okay? So let's go back. I just want y'all to see that. Okay? So now, what y'all just saw, what y'all viewed, right, was a difference of transition when the Timonid dynasty got into power. That hijacked the Heraclid or the Argolid dynasty, the Argiades. They're not the original Spartans. They didn't descend from that family line. Okay, they hijacked and they go back only about 4 or 5 kings. Okay, to Perdiccas. The Danite dynasty of Argos. This is Sanconiato's Phoenician history, right? Translated from the first book of Eusebius. Okay, this is page 403, right? I love reading this book, by the way. Good information. It says that Sir J.M. owns that according, so he's going into the different, he's arguing back and forth, right, with the different histories that are being brought out, right, about a certain people group, right? We're going to deal specifically with Danaeus, right? It says that Sir J.M. owns that according to Manetho, this Ramses was called Egyptus. So when you hear the mythos Danaeus and Egyptus, so when you're thinking about the Sea Peoples, right, you have Dan or the Dinian attacking who? Ramses III. So it's like a mythological story of Danaeus betrayed his brother Egyptus. Because where did Danaeus come from? Egypt, right? So that's kind of like the storyline, right? So it says, which Eusebius also affirms, and Cethasis and his brother was called Armaeus and Danus, which is also owned by Diodorus Siculus. So they mentioned in Diodorus Siculus. This Danaeus, having been entrusted with the government of Egypt by his brother, usurped it for himself, but by him returning, he was driven out of Egypt and fled into Greece, doubtless with considerable strength, where he became governor of Argos, as Manetho and Josephus affirms. Now, because this time of Danaeus is evidently proved to be about the time of the Jews' departure out of Egypt, right? It says, Sir J.M. says, right, that Manetho took this out of the Egyptian records, but out of the Greek mythology, right? 404. That Danaeus came originally from Chemnus, a large city in Thebes, right, where they kept the memory of him carefully and the genealogy of Perseus from him. Caftor, which is Crete, also, and Pausanias and Atticus owned Danaeus' coming from Egypt and his enmity with his brother Egyptus about this time. And Sir J.M. defers not much in the time of Danaeus' arrival into Greece from Egypt, for he places it 24 years before the exodus of Israel. This difference being small, I think not fit here to dispute, because it would make a digression. Only let the reader note that the marbles alleged by Sir J.M. to prove Danaeus' coming earlier do not say what year Danaus came into Greece. But to Lindus and Rhodes, his daughters came then, and possibly he might send them away before he fled himself. And the arrival of them all in Greece, of Peloponnesus, and his getting the kingdom of Argos from Galenos might be considerably later. And therefore the marbles do not contradict them who placed Danaus' settlement at Argos near the departure of Israel out of Egypt. This is Danae, the Danite dynasty, Danaeus' line, the nuns of Argos, Argives, Argolids, Achiewa, Equesh, Akoi, Achaean. Danae, transliteration, Danae, translation, the nun woman. Were you getting the nun? Danae was a princess of Argos in the Greek Peloponnese, the only child of King Acrisius. When you go into Acrisius, he was a twin, and you go into the tradition, it said that he had a twin he was fighting with from the womb. What that sound like? When her father learned a prophecy that he was destined to be killed by a son of his daughter, he locked Danae away in the subterranean bronze chamber, her prison. So I'm not going to read it too much, but you'll go into the story of Perseus, right? It says, later when Perseus was fully grown, King Polydectes of Seriphos sought Danae for his wife, and wishing to rid himself of her son, commanded Perseus fetch the Gorgon's head. The hero returned victorious only to learn that his mother had fled from the temple of Athena, seeking refuge from the king. In anger, Perseus turned Polydectes and his allies to stone with Gorgon's head. He then traveled with mother to Argos to claim his grandfather's throne. Danae was the eponymous queen of the Danans. So this is where they get their name from. Danan was synonymous with Argive, but was sometimes used to describe Greeks in general, right? So dealing with the Mycenaean wall paintings from Argos, this is a preliminary presentation. Just look, right? You see the epigraphs, but you see the walls. What color are they? The people of Argos. They look like Alexander, right? You can even see, right, in the ear on the far right of the person on the far right, you see some of the paint is kind of chipping off, right? Or either they was chipping it off, iconoclasts, right? But this is and the one in the middle is someone in a chariot. They have his arms or her arms, right? Most likely him from the muscles, but you can see the color. Okay. Copper tone. Who's copper tone? These are the Danaids. This is where it gets real interesting, right? You look at that vase in the middle. Look at them, look like sisters today. Look at them. You know, like sisters today. You can see where they chipped off some of the black paint on the sister's leg. Look at the form of her legs. Look at Sha'Carri Richardson. You know what this is? This is a woman in the Olympics. Say a woman because they were familiar in racing, right? You see women racing for the Olympics. Who are the Olympians today? Who's gold, silver, and bronze today? Who are the Olympians of Greece? You. This is Plutarch, Life of Lycurgus. Lycurgus was the lawgiver in the 8th century, right? BC. He was responsible for the Spartan political, social, right? Reformations. Okay. He made the maidens exercise their bodies in running. This is what Lycurgus did. Wrestling, casting the discus, and hurling the javelin. Right? If you go far back in the presentation with the Greek religion book, you see this timid looking guy with the discus. Whose man was that? We know who these people are, or we're finding out at least, in order that the fruit of their wombs might have vigorous root and vigorous bodies and come to better maturity. So he started to exercise the women so that the children that they were produced would be strong, and that they themselves might come with vigor to the fullness of their times and struggle successfully and easily with the pangs of childbirth. He freed them from softness and delicacy and all effeminacy by accustoming the maidens no less than the youths to wear tunics only in processions and at certain festivals to dance and sing when the young men were present as spectators. Okay, you could clearly see these are sisters on his vase. You could clearly see, look at the sister with the cornrows to the right. Okay, and there it says wrestling among heroes, Peleus and Atlanta wrestling for the hide of the Saldanian boar. Right, they would do catch boar, offer sacrifices to ox and stuff when they would win, and they will receive what? The golden olive leaf or branch. What does that sound like? These are the Heraean games. Remember I told you about Hathor. I'm putting in the connection. She was Hera with the Greeks. Let me show you the origins of that. It says, this is a Danide, right? You see the style of clothing. You see the calves. You see the thighs. Very athletic, right? When young ancient Greek women raced at Olympia, remember when Alexander was like, can I race with you guys? No. Every 4 years in ancient Greece, boys and men traveled to Olympia to honor the god Zeus by competing in the Olympic Games. There's evidence that another sporting event was held at the same stadium every 4 years. This one for young women and girls. The event was called the Herera, and it was a foot race to honor the goddess Hera. Participants competed in different age categories on a shortened version of the men's Olympic track. What I'm showing you is, where did this religion or this goddess come from? Egypt. Egypt. Very connected to the Levant, very connected to the Egyptians. Not Indo-European, separate. Okay. The winners received olive leaf crowns like Olympic victors and also got a portion of a cow sacrificed to Hera. While there's little evidence for the Herera, scholars theorize it may have been a prenuptial initiation ritual. So they would say that you had to be a certain age, you would go participate, and it was an initiation to racing to adulthood. Okay. Going back to the Cretan cult, Titus 1:12. One of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said, the Cretans are always liars. Evil be slow bellies. The witness is true. The witness is true. I want to show you what's going on. Wherefore rebuke them sharply, that they may be sound in the faith, not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men that turn from the truth. So you had a lot of philosophy coming out of Crete. We're going to give the origins. Diodorus Siculus, Bibliotheca Historica, Book 5, Section 48 and 49. And Iosian is reputed to have been the first to initiate strangers into them, and by this means to bring the initiatory right to high esteem. So remember I told you about the consecration, the horns of consecration? What is taking place is Cadmus, Dardanus, you're going to read, right? Certain Israelites that came out of Egypt or that recorded to come out of Egypt went into Crete. And now Iosian, he's like a high priest of the Cretan occult, and he's getting ready for them to pass through into a ritual where they're going to be enlightened. Okay. So that's why it says Iosian is reputed to have been the first to initiate strangers, because there was a secret occult. That's the forbidden knowledge, the worship of the mother goddess, right? So now they go into these areas, and what do? They start to establish masonry in these cities. Okay, you started to see prints and footsteps of the Egyptian occult, the Egyptian masonry, because they were highly into that in Egypt. You see it when it first came out, they went right back into worshiping the calf. It says, so Iosian, he was the first to initiate strangers, meaning you want to, you meet a mason or something like that. They're like, yo, this is the real secret. This is the real degrees. This is the vibration. He was and he was initiating Cadmus into it. Okay. And it says, by this means to bring the initiatory right to high esteem, meaning he was going to get praise for teaching these secrets that he was committing himself to and give the knowledge to Cadmus. And if you know anything about the story of Cadmus, I'll break it down another time. But anyway, it says, and after this, Cadmus, the son of Agenor, came in the course of his quest for Europe to the Samothracians, that's Japheth. And after participating in the initiation, he married Harmonia. So there was a marriage, right? Even when you go into Adam and Eve coming together, I can show you ancient Babylonian depictions of the fertility gods and goddesses. This was taking place. So their marriage is being celebrated. They're about to get into the level of being a god on earth in human form. So then when they die, they are immortalized. I'm going to show you. It says, who was the sister of Iosian. So he's marrying Harmonia, the sister of Iosian. And not, as the Greeks recount in their mythologies, the daughter of Ares. This wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia was the first, we are told, for which the gods provided the marriage feast. And Demeter, that's the mother goddess, becoming enamored of Iosian, presented him with the fruit of the corn. That's why you see the mother goddess, when she's worshipped, normally is yielding corn or wheat, right? Hermes gave a lyre, Athena the renowned necklace and a robe and a flute, and Electra the sacred rites of the great mother of the gods. So he's learning the secrets of even what Eve was learning from the serpent, as she is called, together with cymbals and kettle drums and the instruments of her ritual. And Apollo played upon the lyre and the muses upon their flutes. So this is a wedding service. It's a marriage service. And you hear names of gods there. Watch this. And the rest of the gods spoke them fair and gave the pair their aid in the celebration of the wedding. After this, Cadmus, they say, in accordance with the oracle he had received, founded Thebes and Boeotia, while Iosian married Cybele. We're going to get into her, or Kubelea, and begat Corybas. And after Iosian had been removed into the circle of the gods, that means he was made a god. That's called apotheosis. He was apotheosized, elevated to divine rank for doing this. So they moved him into the realm of the gods, and now he's worshipped or immortalized, right? While Iosian married Cybele and begat Corybas. And after Iosian had been removed into the circle of the gods, Dardanus, we talked about Dardanus. So Dardanus was there, a son of Zerah. And Cybele, who could you imagine this is? And Corybas conveyed to Asia. We're going to get into Achaean, Troy. Okay. The sacred rites of the mother of the gods, and removed with them to Phrygia. So when you see the western portion of Anatolian being conquered, you're going to see this pantheon there, right? This is the Labrys, okay? This is from, I read this book. I love this book right here. It's a very great book. Hittite Text and Greek Religion, Ian Rutherford, page 62. When the palace at Biskostin on the upper reaches on the meander in southwest Phrygia, that's Anatolia, was excavated in the 1950s, similarities were noticed between its design and Minoan architecture, because it's coming from Crete. That's the Minoan region. But who was just in Crete? Who was just in Crete worshiping the mother goddess? I'm going to show you how the double axe head represents the mother goddess, and it's all going to make sense, right? It says the discovery of artifacts resembling the Minoan horns, sea peoples of consecration, Crete, Hathor, Hera, encouraged the view that there had been influence or even migration And for chronological reasons, it was most likely to have been from Anatolia to Crete. That's now regarded as an exaggeration. So you got Israelites in Crete and went into Asia, as I just proved. So it's an exaggeration of it coming from Anatolia to Crete. We're going to see. But there's more. It has been claimed that early Minoan sealing systems derived from Anatolian ones, especially as attested at Kurudu near Konya. Similarly, it has been suggested that several names attested in linear A texts, or otherwise associated with Crete come from Anatolia, both place names, personal names, and theonyms. It is hard to compare the Hittite and Minoan religious systems when the sources are so different. So they're showing you a pantheon shift, meaning you had the gods of who was there in Crete, okay, go into Greece and go into where? Go into Anatolia, and they know that these are not the original Hittite gods. It says, Minoan religious systems when the sources are so different, but for what it's worth, Hittite sources seem to attest bull leaping. Greek sources from the first millennium BC, early contact between Crete and Anatolia as well. For example, there was a tradition that Rachios, father of the great West Anatolian seer Mopsus, we learned about him, the Greek, came to Colophon from Crete. He was involved. And Herodotus claimed that the Lycians, the Luca, immigrated from there. Double axes show up as a religious symbol in Western Anatolia in the first millennium BC. Sea Peoples. It's also worth noticing that in the first millennium BC, Greek religious imagination, Crete had something in common with Western Anatolia. There are Mount Idas in both areas. Who is that? What was Ida in Tacitus? Judah. And also a barbarous term for Jupiter. In both areas, Crete and Anatolia. And the figure of the great mother is alternately projected onto Crete and Rhea, who gave birth to Zeus there, and onto Phrygian Cybele. So Phrygia is in Anatolia. Cybele was there in that marriage ceremony. They learned the secrets. They brought it into Greece. They brought it into Anatolia. As well as Western Anatolia, Minoan culture also established itself in the Aegean islands, especially Rhodes, Milos, Kythera, and Chios, right? The Doric Hexapolis. The most spectacular evidence is from Acreotir on Thera, where excavation has revealed houses with frescoes whose style is partly Minoan, partly presumably local. Many of the frescoes are suggestive of religion. A room in one house has a lustral basin and two levels of frescoes depicting a goddess seated on a platform and women gathering saffron. This is late Bronze Age, Danaan dynasty, Danans, Achaeans, Argives. Look at the seal from Argos during the late Bronze Age. You see the double axe head for the mother goddess between the two horns, right? Or pillars of consecration with the bull. You see the same thing with who? The Sea Peoples. The Equesh we're dealing with, right? So even on the coins, look, on the coins of Argos, you see the Spartan helmet, and then you see a wolf. When Danaus came to Argos, he disputed the kingdom with Gelanor. Gelanor is a Japhethite or a Philistine, one or the other, whoever was in power then. While the people were deliberating, this is what it says, a wolf attacked a bull that was leading a herd and killed it. The Argives thought the bull represented Gelanor and the wolf Danaus, and therefore they gave the kingdom to Danaus. That's from Pausanias, Description of Greece, Book 2, Chapter 19. Listen to what Jeremiah 5 and 6 says to understand the anthropomorphism, right? Wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them, and a wolf of the evening shall spoil them. So you see the Levantine Phoenician lingo. Wolf, spoiling. What was Benjamin? Ravening as a wolf, spoiling. So what did the nails do? Went in like a wolf, spoiling. It's just Near East literature. Okay. A leopard shall watch over the cities. That literal? No. Same thing is going on here with the connection of Greek, Levantine understanding. These are the shaft tombs, right, that were found in Mycenaean Greece, right? A mixture of the Danans and the Mycenaeans. But look at something very interesting that was found. There was a plaque found that resembles two birds with wings open and something, the horns, there's 4 horns on the corner of something. And Mycenae, what does that look like? Brock, what does that look like at the top middle? You see the 4 horns on the corner, and then you see the 2 birds. What does that look like? That looks like the Ark of the Covenant. Who designed the Ark of the Covenant? Was a Danite involved in it? Yes. And they're making these connections to say, remember, Dan was known for being very well decked in gold everywhere they went. Gypsies in gold, etc. I'm not going to go too far into this, but I want to show how the labirs of the double axe represent the mother goddess. The word labirs, a word of Minoan origin, Crete, what we just went into in the worship of the mother goddess, got established again, is used for a double-headed axe known as Pelicus or Sagaris, right? Jumping down. Minoan labirs, this third paragraph, has been used as a ritual axe found in ancient Minoan depictions of the mother goddess. Its symbolism is related to the labyrinth and is believed that the meaning of the word labyrinth is the house of the double axe, right? Labyrinth was used by female priestesses only for bull sacrifices, right? This is the worship of the mother goddess with the snakes in Crete, right? She's holding the serpents. Why? Because Eve spoke to who? The serpent, the knowledge, received it, was empowered, enlightened. You got Columbia, you got the Statue of Liberty, enlightened, holding the torch. She saw that it was good for what? Food. The serpent was doing what? Fortune telling. Christ was with who being tempted? By Satan. I'll give you all these kingdoms. Christ rebuked them. But we see here, you have Israelites in Crete accepting the knowledge, learning the knowledge, and going out, laying down the blueprint of society in the Masonic orders. Okay, and the worship of the mother goddess. So you see Athena, Israelites were involved in that. Yes, they were. Okay, they brought the pantheon. They began to practice apotheosis, Apollo. They began to do these things. Okay, they also worship Samson. You go into the snakes on the far right, right? The Asclepius, the Greek god of medicine. The same thing when Moses lifted up the staff and the brazen serpent. Dan brought that into Greece. The Odyssey by Homer. Okay. This is from book 19. We went into this on the last one. I'm showing you the connections of the Achaeans and the Equish. Wandering through the many cities of men in sore distress, yet even so will I tell thee what thou dost ask and inquire. There is a land called Crete, in the midst of the wine, dark sea, a fair rich land, begirt with water, and therein are many men, past counting in 90 cities. They have not all the same speech, so there's diverse languages, but their tongues are mixed. They're great-hearted native Cretans, they're Skydonians and Dorians of waving plumes. So Achaeans, Dorians, 2 different names, same people group, and goodly Pelasgians, Philistines. Among their cities is the great city Knossos, right? Where Minos reigned, when you get Minoan from. When he was 9 years old, he that held converse with great Zeus. So these are the origin stories of Crete. Let's learn about the Equish, the Sea Peoples, who we link to the Akawasha, the Achiowa, the Achaean, the Equish, and Crete. It says, around the highlighted portion. Further, the Karnak inscriptions clearly imply that the Aquash or Equesh were circumcised. You mean the Achaeans in Crete, the Achaeans that went into Greece, the Achaewa, which is the Equesh or the Akawasha in Western Anatolian, by Karnak were described as being circumcised? I thought the Greeks didn't get circumcised. Hardly anyone thinks that the Greeks of the Bronze Age were circumcised, but of course, no one really knows. It is certainly possible that the Equesh were the Achaeans, but which Achaeans? Not only were the Achaeans on the mainland, but also in Crete and on the Anatolian coast and the island of Rhodes just offshore. Okay? So what it's saying is, normally people don't think that Greeks are circumcised. But why is Karnak saying the Equesh were circumcised? From Hittite text and Greek religion again by Ian Rutherford, page 16. Chapter 8, becoming Sibyl. Right? Remember, Crete. Right? Now the Equesh are circumcised. You see, putting the links together. The Equesh were in Crete too. It says, becoming Sibyl. How do you become a mother goddess? Phrygia, as an intermediate culture, examines a third major contact zone in northwest Turkey around the 7th century BC. Here, Greek colonists established themselves and will have come into contact with Phrygian population, who took over the area previously occupied by the Hittites in the EIA, right? In the early Iron Age. Links between Phrygians and Greeks could be much older, perhaps going back to a time before the Phrygians migrated to Anatolia. Northwest Turkey is the most likely context for the transmission to Greece of the cult of the goddess whom the Greeks knew as Phrygian Sibyl, although her divine personality may in fact owe a good deal to Greek ideas of the Great Mother. The question arises whether or not Phrygian Sibyl owes something to the Hittite religion or 5 centuries before. The final 4 chapters look at aspects of religion, beginning in chapter 9, comparing pantheons. This is important. With the deities themselves. The Greeks associated a number of the deities with Anatolia, and there are many general resemblances between the two pantheons. Why is there a shrine of Poseidon found in Tel Dan? Oh, because that's a Phoenician god. Poseidon, Dan. You go into Western Anatolia, connected to Greek. You get it? And there are many general resemblances between the two pantheons, and some types of deities seem to be common to both. Fate goddesses, goddess of springs. But examination of the evidence leads to the conclusion that there was no significant Hittite influence on the Greek pantheon, which is surprising, given that there was contact between Hittites and Greeks. Perhaps any interaction there was with Anatolia was with the West, i.e. Arzawa, which is Western Anatolia, Phoenician, and early Asua, right? About whose religion we know little. Sibyl, the lady of Kubalea. If you look at her, she's always a figurine, or in some sense with 2 lions. Okay, if you look at what's called the crown, that's really a brick wall of a city. She was the protector of a city. Okay, it says Sibyl was the great mother goddess of Phrygia, an ancient region of Anatolia, modern Turkey. She was worshipped as a mountain mother, fertility goddess, and protector of cities. Her cult later spread into Greece and Rome, where she became known as Magna Mater, Great Mother. The worship of Sibyl likely began in Anatolia during the late Bronze Age or earlier and became prominent in the Iron Age Phrygian kingdom. The cult then spread west into the Greek world and eventually into the Roman Empire. Her major cult centers are Pessinus and Mount Ida. Who was there in Crete? Dardanus, son of Zerah. In some ancient sources, she is called Dindymene, from Mount Dindymus. The name may have been derived from Mount Dindymus in Phrygia, on whose slopes as Pessinus, a temple of Sybil Dindamine was built. Legend held that temple was built by who? The Argonauts, the seafaring people of Argos, Danans. Forsook the rock of salvation. This is heavy, but this is where we fall when the elevator don't drop, right? What's the name? We call it the elevator up here in the north, right? 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 1. Remember, Greek is Hebrew. Moreover, or Hebrew is Greek. Moreover, brethren, I would not that ye should be ignorant how that all our fathers were under the cloud and all passed through the sea. And all were baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea. And did all eat the same spiritual meat. Why is Paul talking to Corinthians like this? Maybe they're descendants of these Greeks. They are. Did all drink the same spiritual drink. For they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them. And that rock was Christ. This is important. Deuteronomy 32 and 15. But Jeshurun, what did we do? Waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxen fat. Thou art grown thick. Thou art covered with fatness. Then he forsook God, which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. This is the Baitil. Everybody see? Look up at the TV, please. This is the Baitil. The Baitil is also known as the Baitulos Bethel. Bethel, house of God. Bethel, Baitil. Okay? Israelites were known for understanding. When you read Genesis 28 and you read Genesis 28 around the 11th chapter, when Jacob has a dream. When he has that dream, he has a dream of the Elohim, right? And he's interpreting it that this is the actual spiritual place of God. And what does he do after? He sets up the stone and says, this is surely the house of God. This is the presence of God. So when you go into the Greek religions, they're carrying portions of the understanding of setting up a rock, right, for the presence of their God. But they forsook the rock of the salvation. It's called the Baitilo stone in the Greek. You have one in Western Anatolia, right? You see, they set up rocks. They call that a Baitulo stone in Greek tradition. All over the ancient Levant, we find the cultic practice of venerating stones that were believed to be the house of a particular god, a Bethel. For example, there were Baitils in the Phoenician city by Byblos and Tyre. In the hinterland of these ports, the sun god Elgabal of Emesa was venerated as a conic black stone that was protected by an eagle, the Syrian sunbird, right? The standing eagle visible in the front of the conic Baitil on the coin. In the 3rd century CE, the stone was believed to be a meteorite, although we do not know whether it was really of celestial origin. Likewise, the Phrygian mother goddess Sybil was worshipped in Pessinus, later Rome, as a stone. This may have been a meteorite as well. So when you go into the Baitil stone, right, and you go to the origins of it, when it was in Greece, right, the oracle at Delphi, they had a Baitil stone. It was called a Baitilo stone, which meant house of God, which translates to Bethel. Okay, so now, even when you look at the movie, remember the movie Rocky, they believe that the Pythia, or the oracle, the female oracle, right? She was getting all her wisdom from Apollo, the sun, S-O-N, or S-U-N. So whatever wisdom she was giving, it was coming from Apollo to them, because that's what the presence of Apollo was, and that was the false prophetess. Of course, she was a false prophetess. So when you look at the movie Rocky, right, they're showing you right there, Rocky, the Rock. Who was his inspiration? Apollo, a brother. They're putting it in your face. What happened when Apollo died? He became all of Rocky's inspiration. Rocky, which is a representation of Horus, Apollo, right? The Baitulo stone, rock. which is another understanding of Horus. But you don't see that because you're not necessarily understanding the deep dives of where they're going to put it in your face. But Apollo's literally a brother. In all of the Rocky movies, he's in the name of Apollo. And Apollo is a Negro. How about that? They're letting you know he's a Greek. You're the real Greek. You just don't want to see it. And you got someone trying to live up to you who's an Edomite. They're showing it. The Oracle of Delphi, was she really stoned? It's the Bitulo stone, right? This is an article, right? By Gel Zelinga de Boer and John R. Hale. The Pythia dealt less in visions of the future than in right choices, where to locate a new colony. So she wouldn't necessarily tell the future. She would just give advice. When to attack an enemy, how to lift a curse, whom to choose a leader, what offering to make to which god. No kingdom, city, or private person could afford to make critical decisions without consulting the Pythia. Thanks to her prestige, Delphi became the richest and most famous Hellenic sanctuary. The Greeks called it the Omphalos, or navel of the world. How could a mere mortal command such respect? The answer lies in the belief that Apollo, the god of revelation and inspiration, used the Pythia as his mouthpiece, taking possession of her during oracular sessions. The Pythia would fall into a trance, and the words she spoke were supposedly those of Apollo, delivered in a voice very unlikely her normal tones. In ancient Greece, Bitil or Bitoloi stones were sacred stones believed to contain the presence of a god. They were usually unshaped or pillar-like stones worshipped before anthropomorphic statues became common. Genesis 28, y'all. The Minoan invasion going into Crete. The Minoan civilization was a bronze culture which was centered on the island of Crete. Known for its monumental architecture and energetic art, it is often regarded as the first civilization in Europe. The ruins of the Minoan palaces at Knossos and Phaistos are popular tourist attractions. The Minoan civilization developed from local Neolithic culture around 3100 BC. See, this is Japheth. This is the Minoan civilization when Japheth was there until it collapsed. With complex urban settlements beginning around 2000 BC, after 1450 BC, around the time Israel left Egypt, they came under the cultural and perhaps political domination of the mainland Mycenaean Greeks. They were not Greeks, forming a hybrid culture which lasted until around 1100 BC. They got absorbed amongst Greek. That's why you're mistaking them to be Greek, but the original Greeks was Israel. So therefore, you're calling them Greek because they got absorbed by Israel. Mycenaean civilization. Quick summary from Britannica. The Mycenaean civilization was a Bronze Age culture that emerged in Greece around 1900 BC. That's Japheth. These warlike Indo-European peoples, that's Japheth, right, were initially influenced by the Minoans of Crete. I'm showing y'all. They left Crete, went in, developed these pantheons. They left Crete, went in to Western Anatolia, developed the pantheon that was different from the rest. A Phoenician pantheon. You explain it to me. Who held political dominance for a time. Around 1400 BC, the Mycenaeans, Greeks, overthrew Minoan culture and became the dominant power in the Aegean. Okay, when they say Mycenaeans, right, there was wars between Japheth, right, but it's going into how their civilization collapsed when Sea Peoples showed up. Their culture, which included the development of the linear B script, an early form of Greek, lasted until approximately 1150 BC, when they were overcame by new invaders. Mycenaean myths and legends significantly influenced later Greek civilization, forming the basis for epic poetry and tragedy. That's who I'm talking about. That's the Greek. Those are the Israelites. That's Dan. That's Judah. Minoan invasion from the Luwians of Western Anatolia, their neighbors and predecessors by Fred C. Woodhusen. Next, I would argue that Corsica, the Bronze Age forerunner of classical Caria, which also occurs in variations of Carcia, is likely to be located on the islands in the Aegean known as the Cyclades. That's Japheth. Greek literary tradition is affirmative in this connection on the point that the Carians, which in the classical period inhabited Southwest Asia Minor, originated from the islands in the Aegean. It is only disputed when they moved from the islands to their later habitat on the continent, according to Thucydides, Peloponnesian War 1-4. They were driven from the Cyclades in the time of Minos, who embodies the period of the Minoan Thessalocracy, 1550 to 1450 BC. Whereas Herodotus, Histories 1-171, on the other hand, maintains that they served Minos while living on the islands and, by means of deduction, moved to the Southwest Asia Minor sometime after the period of the Minoan Thessalocracy, which probably means in the time of the upheavals of the Sea Peoples. The Argonauts, right? We ain't going to go too much into that. Going back into, this is the story of Jason, going into the Sea Peoples, the Argonauts at a specific time, how they got up into Western Anatolia, built that temple to Sibyl, right? Kubaleia, right? Argos from Hecataeus of Abdera. Argos, which was well watered, right? Which was waterless, Danus made well watered, right? This is the overall thesis, right, of the Argonauts, right? The Argonauts' journey likely reflects ancient Greek exploration, colonial realism, or geographical route, mirrors actual navigation routes used by early Greek sailors into Asia Minor and the Pontic region, colonial realism. The voyage parallels the establishment of Ionian Greek colonies such as Miletus along the Anatolian coast, reflects historical Greek settlement and trade networks in Western Anatolia and the Black Sea. Growing Greek/Phoenician colonies in Western Anatolia. This is an atlas from 1886 in German. Greek colony, right? It says Greek colony, Phoenician colony in the key, okay? By G. Droysen's, right? Historiature Hand Atlas. So you can see Western Anatolia being conquered by Greek Phoenician, right? Going into the land of inheritance. I'm not going to be long on this, but if you understand, when the military was counted in Numbers 26, Dan had the second most, okay? So if you understand anything about Numbers 33 and the laws, the Bible says that who was ever the most received the most lot. Who was ever the least received the least lot. Well, Dan, they received no lot at all, okay? Well, they didn't have a lot to fall to, so they had to go around conquering. Numbers 33:54, and ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance, right, among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance, right? So this is the tribes and their numbers, right? The Danite quest for territory. We understand Judges 18:1. In those days, there was no king in Israel. So what you going to do? There's no magistrates. You're going to do what you want to do. And in those days, the tribe of the Danites sought them inheritance to dwell in. For unto that day, all the inheritance had not fallen unto them among the tribes of Israel. Where did they go? And go ahead, Ot.
I wanted to say, after we had that conversation, I learned so much about them. And I'm glad you pointed that out. That they're the second biggest tribe. If you guys look at Manasseh, Judah, you see how big their inheritance is.
Right.
And Dan had the second most. Look how small their land is.
Right.
Which is why when you read Judges, it's like, yo, where's ours?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like they don't have a choice.
Yeah, by default.
And then it's like,
yep,
well, there's too much of us here. Let's just get out of here and go where else.
Exactly. Exactly. Judges 18:28. And there was no deliverer because it was far from Zidon. And they had no business with any man because they're spying out the land. And it was in the valley that lieth by Beth Rahab, and they built a city and dwelt therein, and they called the name of the city Dan, after the name of Dan their father, who was born unto Israel. Howbeit the name of the city was Laish at first. So they took over Laish, and once again, and laying down in print, Dan. This is Deuteronomy 32, 33, and 22. And of Dan, he said, this is a blessing by Moses. Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from Bashan. So if you imagine, right, where Dan goes, Dan conquers. What is a lion whelp? A young lion. You ever saw Simba? When we had to start to get the little mohawk on the back of the neck, he was supposed to be going to conquer. That's what lions do. They get sent out by their pride. You're old enough, now go conquer. A lion from Bashan, if you study the history of Bashan, it was known for having powerful beasts in the land of Israel and very mountainous. So it's like a lion rushing up a mountain, a young lion rushing up a mountain. Here we have a lion, right? The Lion Gate of Mycenae, right? Which was built. What do you think? Japheth built that? Because it got erected during the late Bronze Age. The Lion Gate. The Lion Gate is located at the ancient citadel of Mycenae in the region of Argolis, about 120 kilometers southwest of Athens. It forms the main entrance to the fortified Acropolis of Mycenae, which was one of the most powerful centers of the Mycenaean civilization during the late Bronze Age. The gate sits on the northwest side of the citadel walls, controlling the narrow approach road into the city, built around 1250 BC. It was designed as both a defensive structure and a monumental display of royal authority. This is Hattusa, the capital of the Hittite kingdom that was collapsed by these sea peoples, these Phoenician Greeks. Where are they coming from? Right? They collapsed this place 1200 BC. The lions are erected once again. Some scholars have connected Homeric Achaean Danans with anti-Hittite warfare in Anatolia, especially through the Achaean text and Klein's interpretation of Mycenaean involvement in the Asur rebellion. The Lion Gate of Hattusa, erected in the 13th century BC, belongs to the fortified Hittite capital. Achaean raids ended the city-state. Hattusa was burned and abandoned along with the collapse of the Hittite Empire. Attic vases shows Hercules because he's also another symbol of Dan because he killed the Nemean lion, right? He killed their lion, ripped it in half. Attic vases shows Hercules wrestling the Nemean lion in late 6th and early 5th century BC. Athena looks on from the right. Look at how they scratching her out. Why are they doing that? Who knows? Maybe y'all still think the Timonids is the original Greeks. Or maybe y'all think this Japheth wrestling a lion and he's Hercules. I don't know. Is this Japheth, y'all? Or is this Alexander and then Peoples? You tell me. These scenes are extremely common in archaic Greek vase painting from 600 to 500 BC. The typical composition shows Heracles wrestling the Nemean lion with his bare hands because the myth says the lion's hide was invulnerable to weapons, right? Because Samson ended up killing it. The Phrygian lion tomb. Remember I telling you about the mother goddess Kubaleia that came out of Crete, which was initiated by who? Dardanus, Cadmus, Iocian, Israelites, right? The two lions, right? See her sitting down. You see the pillar, the wall, the four-wall structure on her head because she became a mother goddess. Sybil, apotheosis. Emo 4, once again, we're back to this, okay? To show you the vantage point of where all of the verbiage is coming from, right? This is from World Classicism lecture, Greece and Asia in the late Bronze Age, the historical background of Homer's Iliad. Dr. Wolf Dietrich Niemeyer, director of the German Archaeological Institute of Athens, speaks, In 1924, Swiss archaeologist Emo Forer announced a new discovery relating to the Trojan War. After examining texts found at Hattusa, once the capital of the Hittite Empire in Asia Minor, he identified the Hittite words for Troy, Wilusa, and Mycenaean Greece, Achiua. Dardanus had a son named Ilus, right? Also, Tros. You can possibly get Teresh, right? Achiua, Achaea, right? When you read about the city where the man went into the land of the Hittites, it was a city called Lus, and concluded that there was evidence for conflict between them. While Forer's Greek hypothesis was once widely attacked by other academics, recent research and excavations have confirmed his theory, which offers exciting insights into the historical background of Homer's Iliad. The importance is that the fact that because he can make these translations shows more evidence of their being Greek. And these names where Greek mythology is, like where they can see Mopsus's name, the house of Mopsus, etc., you can make these connections because he's making these connections with the Luwian and the Phoenician and the Greek and making these comparisons to these names. And they're showing up that he's correct, right? Greek Hittite links, right? Hittite text and Greek religion. I'm not going to read the caption for time's sake. It's getting late. It says on page 8, right? It says the first link between Hittite ritual and a Greek ritual seems to have been made in 1931 by Victor Gebhard, who pointed out that some Hittite elimination rites published by Friedrich a few years before resembled Ionian scapegoat rituals. So Ionian is, that general broad term. The great Swiss scholar Emo Forer, who had correctly, as we now believe, identified the Achaeans mentioned in Hittite historical texts, also made contributions in this area. He seems to have been the first to observe parallels between the Song of Kumbari and Greek poetry, which remains the most significant parallel between the cultures. 5 years before that, he published a speculative paper which argued the three theses: the deity Apollonius, and the treaty between the Hittite king and Alexander, where Alexander gets his name. Why was he so obsessed with the Trojans? Right? Who's Apollonius? Alexander of Wilusa was Mycenaean Greek Apollo. The equation of Apollonius and Apollo is generally accepted today, though there are doubts about the direction of the borrowing. The Roman deity Vulcanus, along with the Cretan god Zeus Volcanos, who may be related to him, were linked by Forer to the Hittite verb walmi, I strike, and in particular to what he called the Walhanese giants. Right? It's the article, The Hittites in the Aegean World, James D. Mooley, right? He's a professor of ancient history at the University of Pennsylvania, right? This is an article from 1974, right? Just proving the Achaean, right? Argument. Hattic, Akkadian, and Hittite are but the beginning. In 1919, the Swiss scholar Emo Forer once again announced that he had identified no less than 8 languages in the Hittite archives. You see now why the study of the Hittites has been dominated by philologists. For further research was to prove him quite correct. In 1924, Forer tried to add a 9th Achaean Greek. In the figure of Alexandros, the prince of Wilusha, Forer tried to find Alexandros of Wilios, the son of Priam and abductor of Helen. The men of Achaeoa in the Hittite text were, of course, Homer's Achaeans. The Achaeoi, who are in some way related to the land of Achaea, Achaea, in Artisaya, the men of Achaeoa, Forer found Atreus, while in the Tagawalawa, that's an important letter I'm going to bring out later on, from Achaeoa, another time, Forer managed to identify an Etiquali, better known as Etocles, right? So he's making all these comparisons, right? So now he's linking Homer's Iliad, right? I'm gonna skip this one, right? It says, What I want to emphasize here is that the paradox of for was in fact merely operating in the established tradition for from the time of the ancient Greeks on. Hittite history and Hittite monuments have been seen as something other than Hittite. Scholars have seldom been content to see things in purely Anatolian forms. This, of course, also holds true for Troy, or to be more precise, for what was found at Israelite. The attempts to see the Hittite texts and the excavations of Israelite as providing evidence for the historical reality of Homer's Trojan War are turning out to be even more of an illusion than For's Achaeans, right? So what they're going into is the back and forth. But by the time the Greeks became interested in the interior of Anatolia, the Greeks became interested. Who are the Greeks becoming interested in the land of Anatolia or the Hittite kingdom? Had long since gone. Herodotus tells us marvelous stories about Lydians, who are the Heraclid dynasty, and Phrygians. He came from a Carian city, Halicarnassus, and tells us about the early Carian population of Miletus, a group already mentioned by Homer, but of the Hittites, not a word. So he's proven more of Homer's Iliad. Pausanias also came from Asia Minor, probably from Smyrna, and he too is a mine of information about Ionia and its environs, but the Hittites, he is sweet ignorance itself. So he's saying by the time these historians are coming up, they're not even making mention of Hittites. They're only speaking about Greeks and Greek legends. You know why? Because they began to consume that region. Dandanku. It can easily be seen that texts with religious content, mythological texts, hymns and prayers, ritual texts, cult inventory texts, omen and oracle texts, vows, festival texts make up about half the total number. Other genres of text shed light on religion. For example, diplomatic treaties between states, which list deities as a witness to oaths, and catalogs of the Hittite archives also provide a wealth of information. Many of the important texts are now edited in or translated into European languages. Translations of an increasing number are also available on the Mons Hythology portal. For ease of reference, I refer to some texts by name, Dan-Dan-Ku ritual. And in the appendix 1, note available text and translations. The Dan-Dan-Ku rituals were the rituals of the priests or eunuchs of Sibyl. That temple being built by who? Argives. Deuteronomy 22:12. Thou shalt make fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself. Genesis 17:9. And God said unto Abraham, thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you and thy seed after thee. Every man child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. I'm going to get ready to read into something, but showing you the fringes on their borders proves it. And I'm going into also a quick little source, right? From the same book, page 21. The last Hittite king known to us is Suppiluliuma II, who also battled in Cyprus and probably in the southwest. The kingdom is usually supposed to have fallen around 1180 BC, going into the Sea Peoples. Based on Egyptian evidence for the movement of the so-called Sea Peoples, backed up by the Ugaritic records, the causes are uncertain. One factor might be the increasing strength of Assyria. Another might be climate change. Eric Klein talks of a systems collapse, right? Stefano Di Martino has argued that the Hittite state had become progressively weaker from the 14th century due to a variety of factors, right? So we're talking about the Sea Peoples and their migration. So we know the Sea Peoples connected them going to these regions, collapsing these societies. They know that there's a Sea Peoples doing it, right? We at least know that. So back to the point of the Ekwesh, right? I want to read from the page 72, the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, right? Says, their name must be that of the Lycians, as is generally accepted, of whom there were at the time 2 branches. Homer says there was a Lycia in the northeastern Troad on the Ispos River, whence came the Coan, glorious son Pandaros, and also far distant Lycia, whence came Sarpedon and Glaucus. Though the river Xanthos is named as the home of this latter pair of heroes, the Hittite records make it improbable that their Lycia could have been more than the headwaters of the river, for the Luca lands seem to have stretched across central Caria and presumably into northern Lycia. However, this added to the ending of their companions' name in S would make the Carian neighborhood more probable than a country in the Troad. Besides having been intimately connected by Ramses II with one tribe, the Karakesh, it is noticeable that apart from the Sheridan and the Luca, other comparisons in the attack on Merneptah were entirely members of the group Eqesh, Teresh, Shekelesh, Meshwesh. Of these peoples, the Eqesh would no doubt have belonged round about Miletus in northern Caria. That's Anatolia, the Hittites, the Hittite region, and the Teresh, right? These sea peoples are consuming the Hittite empire. If they were the Tersinoid, would have been living not far off in Lydia. In this way, we are once more brought back to the Carian neighborhood for the homeland of the Luca. As the Eqesh only attacked Merneptah, we have no pictures, but are practically certainly given the remarkable information that they were circumcised. In spite of this, they are now regularly accepted as Achaeans of some sort, and as Odysseus informs us, Achaeans did carry out a raid on Egypt and were defeated. The Eqesh would no doubt have been the people of Achaewa, of whom the Hittites have much to say, and in this case would no doubt have come from Miletus, which was the Achaean colony, if not actually an Achaean city. They are the only people of whom Merneptah specifies the homeland, and to their name he twice adds of the countries of the sea. It is remarkable that with the exception of the Luca and the Achaeans, Eqesh, all the peoples mentioned in this study were unknown to the Hittites. Strangely enough, we have the same state of affairs with regard to Kefetu, Kaftor, Crete, before them. For that is another country which does not appear in the Hittite records. Apart from the Meshwesh, whose names, however, ends in that character, like so many of them, the Sea Peoples form one general group. Thus, they all carry the circular shield with the central handle. Then again, they all wear the kilt that falls to a point in front, and generally divided into panels by a series of lines follow the curve of the lower edge. Watch this. It is also generally decorated with bunches of tassels, 3 in each bunch. Thus, and then we go on to the next book. Right there is telling you they wore fringes and they were circumcised. Look at the helmets of the Eqesh, the Virginia's son, and the horns. Look at the Dori that they're carrying. From Hello-Semitica, all right, by Michael Astor, an ethnic and cultural study in West Semitic impact on Mycenaean Greece. I'm sorry about the length of time, but I'm trying to push to the end, right? Circumcision among the Achaeans. There is a remarkable epigraphic testimony of how strong and deep the Semitic religious impact upon the Achaeans and other Aegean peoples was. This is an Egyptian text, contemporary with the late Mycenaean period. That's the time when they came in. There has been much writing and controversy about it, but it obtains its real significance in the context of this study. The famous inscription of Merneptah describes the Pharaoh's victory over the Libyans and their allies, the peoples of the sea, states that the following carnal trophies were taken from the slain enemies from the dead Libyans. The folly were cut off, meaning their privy members, meaning they were circumcised. For they had that word going into no foreskin, right? And from the dead Sardana, Sakarusa, Tarusa, and Akiasa, who had no foreskin. So now they're saying that the Sardana, the Sarkusa, right, or the Sakarusa, which is or Tarusa, which is the Teresh, the Tersanoi, none of them had foreskin. Their hands were cut off, right? It says, when it says the hands were cut off, meaning the Egyptian pharaoh would put a cut in their left hand if they were circumcised. That's how he identified on the walls who were circumcised and who weren't. So they're telling you that these sea peoples weren't circumcised. Okay? It says, who had no, and that word is for foreskin, right? It says the Ruku or Lycians are not mentioned in this connection. Now, this word, as was finally proved, signifies foreskin. So Ramses is not only talking about the Equesh, he's talking about the Teresh, he's talking about Achiwa, he's talking about all of them having no foreskins. Okay? You could read further on down, right? But that was the point right there. Go to the next paragraph. We see how difficult it was to accept that a Greek tribe could ever have observed so un-Greek a rite as circumcision. So the Greeks were practicing circumcision at one point. But it can't be Greek. It can't be Greek. So where did Hellenization come from? And they said that you can't be circumcised. That was something new to the Achaeans. There can, however, be no doubt that Achaeawasha or Achaeawa or Achaeoi, and that they invaded Egypt not from some hypothetical colonial region, but from the Aegean itself. One is bound to recognize that circumcision prevailed among them in the Mycenaean age, as well among the Tyrrhenians, which are who? The Teresh, the Tersanoi, the Trojans, okay? From Limnos or Lydia, and the unidentified but probably Aegean tribe of Sakarusa. Circumcision in the ancient world was indeed limited to Egypt and the Western and Southern Semites. Whether the Semites borrowed it from the Egyptians or it had been introduced into Egypt by the Proto-Semitic element of the Egyptian population in the pre-dynastic period, this we do not intend to decide. But outside the Egypto-Syro-Arabian circle, it could exist only as borrowing from there. Okay? So now we understand that this is Shemitic in origin, this circumcision, okay? We know that it's Shemitic. We see the law, right? They're practicing circumcision, y'all. Besides, 357. Besides, we cannot ascribe it to the influence of individual missionaries who simply did not exist at that time, because there was nobody going around saying you got to be circumcised. They were just practicing it. Only the settlement in Greece of an important group of population whose religious and ritual principles would be adopted by large masses of people could have introduced the general spread of circumcision among the Achaeans. And we have already seen in the first chapter of this study that the tribe of the Danans, which dominated the Peloponnese, was of West Semitic origin. That's what WS means in this. And that the ethnic notions of the Achaeans and the Nuns essentially coincided, meaning they were the same. Circumcision among the Achaeans, attested by the eyewitness Merneptah, shows most convincingly how strongly West Semitic ritual customs became rooted among them. Circumcision is not an easy and pleasant operation, and in later centuries, it has scared away many potential proselytes from Judaism. Yet, the Achaeans and the Aegean Tyrrhenians adopted it. The complete breakdown of the Mycenaean state system and civilization and wide ethnic shifts in Greece were needed to cause the disappearance of that custom. I wonder who made it disappear. Timonids. The Asua Confederation. This is important to know. We're almost winding down. Joshua 1 and 2. Moses, my servant, is dead. Now, therefore, arise, go over this Jordan, thou and all this people into the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. From the wilderness and this Lebanon, even unto the great river, the river Euphrates. So you're going to get all the wilderness where you was at, right? All the land unto the great river Euphrates. And watch this. All the land of the Hittites. Why are we cracking the Hittites over the head? Because we was told to go there. Why is Dan and why is Judah going into the land of the Hittites? Because they didn't just stop in the land of Israel. He wanted us to supplant everywhere. That's why the late Bronze Age was so fierce, because Jacob was living up to his name. And unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun shall be your coast. Western coast, Europe, Macedonian, Aegean, etc. Right? We're just going to deal with the true origins of Eqesh and Achaea again. The Eqesh are widely linked by scholars to the Achaea mentioned in the Hittite text, whom may identify as Achaean Greeks. Right? What does this prove? Going down to the red. Raises debate about cultural identity, possibly indicated Anatolian or Levantine integration. Levantine is Israel, rather than purely Mycenaean origin. So it's not just Japhetic, it's not, it came from where? Israel. That's what they're saying generally. The collapse of Hatti, late Bronze Age, is a picture of the Achaea. You can see that in Western Anatolia, they're taking over the Sea Peoples and eventually take over all the Hittite Empire. Right? Heraclid dynasty of Sardis, Lydia. Right? When you go into the Heraclids, the first king was Argon. The last king was Condulis. Right? So then you had Croesus' family line come up, which he was most likely a Japhetic Ionian. Okay? Condulis, right? He did something real crazy. If y'all read the story on him, how his wife and Gyges, right, usurped the kingdom from him. But he was a Heraclid. And the Heraclids ruled from 1185 BC in Sardis. Sardis is in the scriptures where Israelites were. To 680 BC, right? Replaced by Gyges and the Myrmnads. The Myrmnads were the Ionians. Okay? Let's look at the word Heraclid. H7402, or the root or the stem, right? Recall. Okay? It means to travel or trading. Merchant. So was Dan a merchant in Ezekiel 27? Yes. When you put the heth or the ha on the beginning of it, what is it? Heracol. Very Semitic, very Phoenician, very close to Greek. Heraclid, Heracles, Heracol, the merchant. Herodotus Histories 1, Book 1, Section 6 and 7. Croesus was by birth a Lydian. When he said by birth a Lydian, he was not of the Heraclid dynasty. The Heraclid dynasty was named after the actual Heraclid, Lydas, where you get Lydia from. So when they're calling him a Lydian, that's just because he's living there now. And that place was called Lydia by the Heraclid dynasty patriarch. Son of Aliates and sovereign of all the nations west of the river Halys. This river flows from the south between Syria and Paphlagonia, and empties itself northward into the Euxine Sea. Croesus was the first of the barbarians, because that's a differentiation right there, whom we know who subdued some of the Greeks and made then paid tribute, and who made alliance with others. He conquered the Ionians, Aeolians, and Dorians of Asia, Heraclids, and formed a friendship with the Lacedaemonians. We read about that earlier and in the first presentation. The sovereignty of Lydia belonged in ancient times to the descendants of Lytus, son of Attis, but afterwards it passed to the Heraclids, who were descended from Heracles and from a slave girl of Iardanus. I mean, this is speculation. This is my theory right now. I wonder why it just says that Samson went into a harlot. I don't know. Maybe this could be. I don't know. These Heraclids received the government from the Lydians by reason of an oracle, and they held it for 22 generations of men, 505 years. Son succeeding father down to Candules, the son of Mersus. This Candulus, which is Heraclid, the Greeks call Merciless. He was the last of the Heraclid kings. We're ending pretty soon. Heraclid origin, the Danite dynasty, right? Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, Book 2, Section 8. The sons of Heracles, called the Heraclidae, after wandering, returned to Argos and the Peloponnese. Pausanias, Description of Greece, Book 2, 18. The descendants of Heracles held the kingship at Argos. Who was in Argos? Danaeus. Herodotus, History 6:53. The Heraclidae, whose ancestor was Heracles, are of Argos. Histories 1:7. The Lydians were formerly called Maeonians until they took their name from Lytus. These were an amalgamation of Ionians, right? Javan, okay? Heracles with the horse of Diomedes, 520 roughly to 515 BC, right? You see him with the lion, right? In the club, right? He slayed the lion. Heracles, Samson, Dan, Black. Okay, Heraclid Lydians. I meant to put a picture here, but excuse me. The prehistory of the Lydians, the origin of the Etruscans, Troy and Aeneas. We're going to lead into that soon, right? Says, Bibliotheca, this is from an article, right? From the proposed position of the Lydians in Old Maeonian Massus, which is Mysia, follows that they lived in the north. Hence, they were in the farthest corner of Anatolia, and their contact with the other Anatolian languages may have been limited. This is more probable than that they were an enclave in Luwian territory, right? So the Lydians were an enclave of people. Who were the Lydians? The Lydians were Heraclidae. This is probably one reason why Stark assumed that the Lydians lived somewhere in the north. It is improbable that if Lydians lived in Mysia, there was a small zone with another dialect north of it. If the Anatolians entered Asia Minor from the west, from Europe, one might think that the Lydians were the last to enter Asia Minor. What you see kind of them getting, there's really no more Greek after that until they're kind of Hellenized when they come up. So the pure Greek wasn't there. Heraclid Lydians. Historically, the situation seems also clear. It is generally supposed that around 1,200 peoples from Europe crossed the straits. Among them were the Phrygians. So it is very probable that the Lydians were pushed to the south by the Phrygians. The connection with the arrival of the Phrygian is mentioned by Strabo. We pointed out above the classical Maeonia is due to the old Maeonia Massus. Sacculariu also saw a connection with these events after observing that the Greeks writing about the colonization of Ionia. So they came in and they colonized this region. Never mentioned the Lydians. He concluded that they did not live in the coastal area. So it's explaining a migration from a place. So the Heraclids, who are the Lydians, came from somewhere. Greece. All right. I'm going to, for time's sake, I'm not going to read heavily into this. I'm going to make the PowerPoint PDF form when you can download them. I also will do the one for the first one, and you can read this, but I'm going into the Heraclids, right? It's very important, right? Especially this page, very important, right? I want to read just the bottom one. It says, concerning Heraclids, what is significant is the notice of a change of dynasty around 1200, right? A fact substantiated by the archaeological material. So they're seeing this migration of a Heraclid, who say they descended from Hercules, come into this region and then rule it from 1180 BC to around 1180 BC to 680 BC, roughly, right? And it's saying they notice a change of dynasty. Why? Because they appear Greek. Heraclid Lydians. As the Phrygians and the Mycenaeans arrived much later, there was a time before 1200, the fall of Troy, when in the north of Western Asia Minor, we only have the name of the Lydians. Of course, the names of other peoples may have been lost. Their territory may have been much larger at that time. Perhaps we have a reminiscence of this situation in Diodorus Siculus, who tells us that these people, the Mycenaeans, king of Lydia and Phrygia, was father of Cybele by Dindamine. We just read that there were Israelites in Crete, Dardanus, Cadmus, etc., linked to the Shemitic origins, linked to Phoenician origins, right? We know that there's proof of Cadmus, right? And Dardanus leaving Egypt, right? With Moses, says, was father of Cybele by Dindamine. The story refers to very ancient times. The name refers to the Maeonians, and the fact that Maeon is presented as king of both Lydia and Phrygia is remarkable. Okay, it's the last slide. This is again, and then why did he remain in ships? By Yigiel Yadin, right? I'm not going to do Perseus for right now. It's going to be for another time. Mopsus. We also find much to interest us in the story of Mopsus, who was undoubtedly a historical individual in the more modern sense of the word. As can be learned from the Karatepe inscription, he was a Danaan. The following are his principal characteristics and main events of his life, according to Greek sources. He is the son of Apollo, god of the sun, and a priestess. His life story is the more particular connected with wanderings in Asia Minor, Phoenicia, and Palestine. Immediately after the Trojan War, 12th century BC, at various places, he found cities which bear his name and built altars to Apollo. He is best known for his outstanding use of riddles. One of the stories connected with him records a riddle contest between him and the soothsayer Calchas, in which Mopsus and victorious and causes the death of his rival. As remarked, Mopsus was wandering across the Middle East during the 12th century at the head of a band of warriors. According to one source, Athenaeus, he invaded Ashkelon, which he conquered. According to Strabo, the tribes of Mopsus invaded the eastern part of the Mediterranean and settled sections along the coast of Cilicia, Syria, and Phoenicia. According to one of the sources, he died as a result of snake bite. So he's a Danaan. He's conquering Asia Minor. He's setting up cities. He's going into the Middle East. He goes and he conquers Ashkelon. And we're going to, in the future, go into that, right? But now read the New Testament. Now understand who was in Anatolia. Now understand why Paul is dealing with Achaia, right? Going into Corinth, right? Galatians 3:28. There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female. For ye are all one in Christ Jesus, Hamashiach, Yahweh Shai. Right? So we know that the Achaeans or the Achaeans are Phoenician, Semitic, practice circumcision, right? Wear fringes, right? Danans, you tell me who they are. People saying they're the tribe of Dan, Achaeoi. You tell me who established Greek civilization, even with the pantheon shifts, even going into the occultic practices that they brought, proving the idolatry of Dan. Going into them, overthrowing empires, mopses, right? So that I want to just close out on the chat. I want to get, if everybody, I'm sorry it was so long, right? I didn't see the chat, so I couldn't shout out the chat, but I see people. Shout out to Eliel, another wise, actual historian, right? Yeah, I hope Yoshi watches too, Eliel. Right. So we're going to deal with this some more, and I'm going to come back with the Romans. Okay. I wish I didn't push past 3 hours, but I wanted y'all to have the information. This was a lot of information. I've been doing a lot of even more reading and learning new things myself. But I hope that y'all understand the Shemitic origins of Greece. And stop. If you believe in that it's Indo-European, right? Then you believe the lie. You believe the lie. Because it's Phoenician and it's Egyptian, coming from Egypt into the Semitic regions, and then went into Greece, the culture. So right there, I proved it to you that they were once practicing circumcision. Sea Peoples wearing fringes, the occults, kibble, dandanku, dindamine, you know, you name it. Okay? Dardanus was there, went back up to Asia, Troy. Cadmus went where? Thebes, Greece, Dan. All right? So I'm waiting for the responses. I'm waiting for the criticism. I'm waiting for the scrutiny. I'm waiting for the critiques. I'm waiting for it all. Okay? But I just wanted to bring that out. Okay? To prove to y'all that Israelites established the Greek civilizations. We formed the Olympics, etc., etc., the Colosseums, etc. We are the architects of Greek heritage, civilization, and culture. Not Japheth and not the Timonids that hijacked our culture, which was not really our culture, but it was a blend of Shemitic culture, but it was an apostasy. I'm not praising the idolatry, but I'm showing you how to trace the origins of where your people were when they built civilizations. The civilization they want to steal from you, Greece. Philosophies that came from Greece came from Israelites. Music, sports, you name it, Dan. Okay, so I wanted to end with that. I'm sorry it was so long, but it's up to you. If you want the information, If you could watch a 4-hour debunk of the 12 tribe chart and no sources come out, then you could watch this. With all that, Bashima Mashiach Yahweh the water. And with that, I say shalom.
I'm here for the penology.
That's right.